provider here in Nevada County, California. And for the past 10 years, he's been trying to bring an affordable fiber optic network to town. It all started when he applied to be part of the pilot program for Google's fiber service.
Across the country, civic boosters have been going to extremes, chanting, singing, Google in the morning, and marching, trying to get the search engine giant to look at their town.
The internet these days is crucial to be in the world, to be a part of the world, and to be connected to your community.
Google ultimately went with Kansas City, Missouri, which left Paul on a mission to get funding to lay out fiber optic networks for gigabit service. Over the next several years, he would attend conferences and pitch venture capitalists and apply for grants to make his vision come to life.
One of the biggest roadblocks to building infrastructure for the internet here in the United States are the existing large providers. They have their land staked out. They would prefer that nobody come in and compete against them. In 2013, we applied for a grant. We went down and met with the commissioners at the California Public Utilities Commission. It was an arduous process to get funded, but we finally did against all odds. We got a $16 million grant, and then we went out to seek venture capital.
Then, in March of 2020, the pandemic hit the world.
Everybody got locked down, and everybody came home, and everybody started using the internet. And I remember seeing on one of the local fixed wireless providers' websites, they've said, hey, we know you're all staying home, but please don't use too much video, and please don't use too much bandwidth. And I thought, that doesn't work.
The U.S. connectivity gap is far greater compared to countries that are considered its peers economically. Some developing nations actually have better internet than rural America, like in Kenya, which has a state-of-the-art fiber optic network fed in from their coastline. The American connectivity gap does largely affect rural areas that are either outside of service coverage or simply prohibitively expensive. This is Rebecca. She and her family moved to Nevada County just a couple miles down the road from David. They took for granted that high-speed internet would just exist in the area, and it's not something they even bothered to check on before buying their house. Turns out, all they got was dial-up.
We wanted to move where we had a little more space, room for the kids to run around, just be out in the mountains a little bit more. Having come from a bigger city area where Wi-Fi is pretty readily available, we hadn't really considered that in our purchasing of the house, whether that would be an option or not. When school started, and now that we are remote learning with our children and we're doing everything from home, we didn't have the option to do that at our house. So every day when school would start, we'd have to pack the kids up and we'd go to my in-laws' home. They have a little cabin up in this area that does have Wi-Fi already.
Rebecca's situation is the norm in rural America.
According to data from the Federal Communications Commission, just 4% of urban Americans lack access to broadband internet. That's compared to almost 40% of people who live in rural areas. While that was the case, there were also racial and socioeconomic divides in terms of who had that access. In addition to that geographic difference, low-income African-American students, Latino students, and first-generation college students were more likely than others to have only one device at home that's shared among multiple siblings and or lack access to that actual connection.
For most American towns, there's also a lack of competition, forcing internet prices up. And large providers like AT&T and Comcast aren't incentivized to expand service to these rural communities.
This is how Xfinity makes life simple, easy, awesome.
So in our area, we have a small imprint of Comcast, but they're not going to go out to the more rural areas. It's just not cost effective for them to do it as a large company.
In order to lay fiber cable, you're actually physically digging trenches into the ground. And for internet service providers, they're primarily focused on maximizing their profits. And so the fewer customers you have, in any square mile and the more fiber you have to lay, that's just kind of harder to pencil out from a purely economic standpoint.
AT&T released a statement on the matter, expressing the need and desire for government assistance to fund fiber optic expansion to areas deemed unprofitable. Comcast released a similar statement encouraging more public-private collaboration on this effort. Federal agencies do offer grants to help communities build broadband networks, but many have argued that there's not enough flexibility on how to use these funds. The COVID-19 relief package passed by Congress in March and signed by President Donald Trump awarded $43.3 million to 51 projects on the East Coast alone. But it also stipulated that these projects needed to be up and running by December 30th. For contractors who plan projects months and years in advance, it's a scramble to rearrange their schedules to meet that deadline.
So what we've been asking the federal government to consider is at least have, as long as the projects are getting started, knowing the projects are being put into place to expand both remote learning, working from home, and opportunities like that that are truly driven from COVID. We're moving as fast as we can regardless, but hopefully they'll give us some more time.
Talking to John Paul, it's clear that he believes broadband is something that can transform a community and should be considered a public good.
One of the first communities to come on in the United States with full-on gigabit service was Chattanooga, Tennessee. Now, they're a bigger city, but they're a city that was economically in a downturn. In the last 15 years, the city of Chattanooga has turned around in an amazing way. It's a nexus for young people to move to. It's a place where technology happens.
It's not just about logging on to Zoom, to connect with your colleagues who might be in New York City. It's also your ability as a small business, operating in the town of Nevada City or wherever it may be to, quickly upload your payroll documents or something onto the cloud, or to quickly, swipe a customer's credit card. There's just some really basic business functions and mechanics that I think people in big cities really take for granted, and that are just going to be a much bigger challenge for small business owners in rural areas.
Historically, the marginalized people, you call them as untouchables or Dalits, they have been kept away from the center of the knowledge. Once you are born into a caste, it is very difficult for you to grow beyond that. You are stuck in that identity. I think education is the best way of liberating them. So that's how I chose to work in education sector. The kind of education that we are giving to the marginalized people is going to change not just the fate of these communities in Telangana, but it is going to be the source of inspiration, source of hope for all the marginalized in this country.
Greatest blight in India is the system of caste.
For generations of Indians, the social code known as the caste system has defined how people earn a living and whom they marry. Although outlawed 7 decades ago, castes remain a significant factor in deciding everything, from family ties and cultural traditions to educational and economic opportunities. Dalits, people who are on the lowest rung of the caste system, constitute almost 1/5 of India's population of 1.3 billion. Not able to afford the high tuition of private schools, many are forced to attend government-funded institutions, which in the past have suffered from poor infrastructure, lower education standards, and high student-to-teacher ratios. But Dr. Praveen Kumar is trying to change that.
I am currently working as head of Telangana Social Welfare Residential Schools. So totally above 400 schools I manage. These are all residential schools for the students who are historically marginalized but talented and then poor. of them 60% are girls and then 40% are boys, because girls are more marginalized among the marginalized. Their voices are always suppressed. My approach to improve the conditions in the schools has been put your eyes and ears on the ground always. Talk to the parents, talk to the teachers, talk to the students, stay in the schools and then understand their problems, their challenges, both in classrooms and then the corridors and the dorms. Then go to the dining halls and see what kind of food they are eating, and then go to their homes and then what kind of food they are getting and what kind of challenges the parents have. One of the important changes that I brought in after I took over was to complete the transformation of mother tongue to English medium, because English medium, as I said, English is the language of emancipation, a language that connects you to the whole body of knowledge in the world. So we had to train a lot of teachers.
Refer to the dictionary also, okay, and find out the new meanings. As well as you're going to describe about. Hey, Richita, how are you? Hi, Sindhu. Fine, thank you. And how about you? I'm fine too. It's been a long time.
Identity is extremely important. There is a scientific evidence to prove that your sense of identity is extremely crucial to your growth as a successful human being in your life. If you accept an identity which is very humiliating, which reminds you of very painful past, I think that identity will not help you to grow. I'm not saying that you should forget your past. I'm not saying that, but that should not be the bubble in which you must live always. Sweros is an alternative identity. S stands for state, W stands for welfare, Aero, SW and then Aero is Swero. So the idea is your dreams have to be skybound. So that is what we are trying to achieve by changing the identities. Like, you say, I'm a Swero and I aim to be a doctor. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top-notch engineer. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top bureaucrat of this country. I'm a Swero, I want to be a very good actor or a musician in this world. So these are the positive images that are associated with the identity. Just to give an example to you, in 2012, in our institution, we used to produce about 6 doctors per year. But because of our, this self-liberating ideology of Sveroism, we have, this year, we have produced about 189 doctors. This is phenomenal for any poorest of the poor people. You know how difficult it is to get into medical colleges in this country. So, but today, because of this ideology, the students have been able to achieve this, feat. Pujita has been a farm laborer, and her parents themselves are agricultural laborers. And then this girl used to sell vegetables, but thanks to the residential education institutions, she came to the Gaulidoddi campus, and then she toiled very hard for 1 year, despite many problems. And today, I'm so happy to share with you that she has joined one of the prestigious medical colleges in the state of Telangana, Usmania Medical College, and then in future, she hopes to be a gynecologist. So this is the journey our children are hoping for. Similarly, the Mount Everest expedition. At Mount Everest expedition, we are very fortunate enough to place the youngest ever female in the history of this world on the peak of Mount Everest. How did this happen? It's all because of an ideology that helps you to liberate yourself. We brought a lot of extracurricular activities, and most of them got institutionalized now. So, for example, music. Similarly, the games. We have so many coaching academy. We have boxing academy, we have wrestling academy, we have handball academy. So we have, kabaddi, that the traditional Indian sport. we have golf. We have introduced the golf also. Like golf is generally played by so-called rich people, but today even poorest of the poor people also are being trained in golf in our schools.
Wow.
So our intention has been to give all 360 degrees, type of opportunities to the students, so that whoever is interested in whatever activity, they can go and then do it. Break the barriers, break the fence, at least mentally, because poor people have been programmed to be victims, programmed to be subjugated, programmed to be on the margins, always, programmed to feel inferior. We wanted to change on that. There are certain games which are exclusive to rich people. There are certain languages which are exclusive to middle class and upper middle class in this country. To put it in one word, the sole aim of introducing all these co-curricular activities is to break the stereotypes which are recklessly imposed on these people.
They're stereotypes Dr. Kumar knows all too well. Born a Dalit, his grandparents were labourers and access to the village well was restricted. Dr. Kumar credits his parents' belief in the power of education with helping him realise his aspirations. He went on to join the Indian Police Service, attended Harvard University, and then began pursuing educational reforms back home.
I attribute whatever I am today, it's to my mother primarily. They educated me in the village, although there were no good schools. So then I stayed in social welfare hostels, the hostels which are managed by government for the poorest of the poor kids. I passed with reasonably good grades. Then I went to university, and then I faced worst form of discrimination in the universities. Like there were, in those days I'm talking about, so the bathrooms and the toilets were exclusively meant for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. We used to fight discrimination on one hand, and then again, try to excel in academics, day in and day out. So that's how I came to education, because I deeply believe that education is the only important weapon that can really, place the poorest of the poor people from a very victimhood orbit to a prosperous orbit. I think in future, this is going to be a game changer for the marginalized in this country.
If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
and the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park, and inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the Garden City feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people. And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park. And a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planted terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
When you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal buffer. If you have to construct heavy buildings such as high-rises, at least you can make the surface, the facade, less heavy, and you can protect it from direct sun penetration. We have to make sure that no combustion engines will be in the city in the middle, in the medium to long-term range. So ideally, the electricity production is outside of the city, and you bring just the clean electricity into the city. You can at least minimize the use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately, this is a limited option, but in the long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy, of the electricity needed in Singapore, if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
With so many different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing a virtual model of the city to test them out. It's called a Digital Urban Climate Twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model the transportation, the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming from the sun, the weather, the local climate, the even very, very microclimate of the city, the water, the movement of people in the city. We can invent scenarios, we can design scenarios, test them before we actually build them, and if they test very well, and we are sure that they will function, then we can start to build them and put them into reality.
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city, whether it needs to keep heat out or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that it already has. Singapore is one of the very few cities in the world that really combine this scientific approach with a very well-established urban redesign and urban design approach. Through its agencies and the combination of its agencies, it has achieved a lot in the past. If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the other knowledge in the city already, we think that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. It's risky to be outside and around others. Seems like there's very few ways to make extra money during a pandemic. So I guess I'll just hunker down and binge social media until this all blows over. Wait, don't these people make money? How do these people make money? Streamers, YouTubers, Twitch stars. How do they make money? Is it a lot? Is it a lot of work? I know, I gotta ask somebody in the biz, and I got just the guy. Austin John Plays.
This is your full-time job now, right?
As of November of last year, yes. This was always just kind of like a side thing. Like any money that I made from doing my videos and whatever else, I never touched that because I didn't really think of that as being like real money. And then it started coming in more and more. And then it was like I hit my first day that I broke $1,000 and I was like, this is actually going to be money.
How did the YouTube channel come to be?
When the game Pokemon Sun and Moon came out for the 3DS, there was like things that I learned about the game, and then I wanted to just share that information with people. And at the time, I didn't have any way to capture a screen or anything, so I found like generic footage, and I kind of put it all together with so much editing. And that video got 6 views. And then 2 days later, I made another one. And that one got 12 views. And then I just started pumping out more and more content, and people were like, this guy knows what he's talking about. It really just started building on top of itself. And then it was like, my channel really focuses on tips and tricks. So I play a straight 18 hours and I'll finish the game or get to about the 40-hour mark. And then I'll make my first video. While I'm going through, I have a giant notepad and just scribbles everywhere. And I make these notes of like the things that stumped me, so I know the things that may stump other people.
What do you need to think about if you're building your YouTube channel?
1, you need to do something that you're passionate about. Not that you like, not that you think you're going to make money on, something you're passionate about. The other thing is something that other people are passionate about. It holds a special place to them. And third is, it needs to be something that people are going to seek out information on. In order to enter into the marketplace, you either need to be better than everyone else, you either need to be faster than everyone else, or you need to be more accessible than everyone else. And you can't be more accessible because it's already on the platform. Granted, if you understand how the algorithm works, which is very similar to Google Analytics, then yeah, you can have a little bit of a head start. But if you're not doing it faster, and if you're not doing it better than everyone else, then why should anyone watch your channel? So my income as a YouTuber kind of breaks down to 3 different ways. 1, which is the bulk of it, which is ad revenue. Whenever you go and you watch a video and then there's an ad and then you wait 5 seconds and you hit the bottom right corner and then you go on to the next video, or a non-skippable ad, or the video starts immediately, you get the little banner ad at the bottom, or if you scroll down from the video, the first thing that shows there is an ad. Those are the 4 different types of ads that can appear on every single YouTube video. And all of them pay a certain amount. It varies on lots of things, like the country of the person who posts it, the country of the person who watches it, the time of year, where you are in the quarter, if there's anything going on with a reduction in ad revenue. Like, great example, COVID-19, companies weren't spending as much on advertising. So because of that, CPM went down. CPM stands for click per thousand. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent, like January and February, that's the reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year, because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording and you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges. Or on any video, you can hit the join button, and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you post it on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that, and you discover why you're doing it. You're not doing it for other people. You're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh. So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following. You have to have a massive Instagram following. You have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform. But basically, any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh, no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games. It's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You got to make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
I think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. My first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking and I got over that uncomfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job out of it, have all this growth, and it's going to be great, you're probably going to burn out prior to getting to that point because there's very little payoff for a long time, right? Like multiple years generally before you really start to see a payoff. And so, those first few times you're streaming, nobody is there. One person shows up every 30 minutes, says hi, maybe, and leaves, right? Like, it's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And so you have to be there just loving it. You have to love talking to yourself when nobody is around. You have to love just the game that you're playing, all of that stuff, because it takes a while. And I think a majority of people burn out prior to getting to the profitable point of it.
And there you have it. My very own YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and streaming channels all ready to go live. It's a veritable social media ecosystem just on the verge of thriving. So don't forget to smash like and subscribe and visit my Patreon for perks. Also, go to my merch page. And one last thing, stay cool, my friends.
This is live stream shopping, one of the hottest trends in China. Every night, tens of millions of people watch live shows hosted by influencers like Via and buy the products they recommend. On e-commerce and social apps like Taobao and Douyin, the sister app of TikTok.
我觉得已经改变了大家的购物的方式。其实各种各样的产品，哪怕你不买，你也可以来看。当然，你看了，你就有可能会买。
It's not about, only shopping. It's about the experience. It's about having fun. You got to see 3D. You got to see in some kind of action. It's almost like a theater act.
The internet craze has taken over China. By the end of 2020, the country had almost 400 million live stream shopping users. China's live stream e-commerce market has also grown dramatically, with an estimated value of $161 billion in 2020. It's becoming popular outside China as well. So, is live streaming the future of shopping? Live streaming is not a new thing. In China, it started in 2015 with the rollout of 4G. And it was first used for entertainment and socializing. Many live streamers performed for their followers or chatted to them, making money by receiving virtual currency and gifts. In the West, live streaming is mainly the domain of avid gamers. In China, it's broken into e-commerce.
China actually has a very big e-commerce empire, so it uses these super apps, what we call that you have payment, you have search of information, you have recommendation system, and you have huge amount of goods available on the platform, and as well as a lot of consumers. So with this advantage, they merge these features of live streaming to make the influencers actually sell goods.
Here is a perfect choice: nice neutrals, beautiful print, nothing overwhelming, and the warmth and comfort of flannel. This is item.
Traditional TV shopping involves a one-way direction, whereby a host introduces a product, demonstrates certain things, and say, call this number or something. But live stream shopping is live. That in itself is a very, very big difference. It causes different psychology, and live stream shopping is a very entertaining way of actually engaging someone else.
When you shop, actually, this live streaming video will continue. It will minimize into a corner, and you can buy the items and pay all on the same app. And after that, the live streaming screen will just enlarge by itself, and the promoter will come back to screen. So it's very convenient.
Taobao, one of China's biggest e-commerce platforms owned by tech giant Alibaba, added a live streaming function in early 2016. In the following years, other e-commerce and social platforms like JD and Douyin also integrated this feature.
开头的时候还是有很多的挑战的，对画面的这个流畅，然后是否能够很真实的去还原商品，它其实在这个上面是有很高的这个门槛跟技术的这个卡口在的。不管是我们的这个用户的接受度，还是商家的这个上手的这个难度都很高，但是这几年下来，基本上难点在不断被突破了。
Over $70 billion worth of goods was sold via live stream on Taobao in the years through March 2021. Latest surveys show that over 60% of live stream users in China were watching shopping shows, and over 65% of them shopped at least once via live stream. In 2020, live stream shopping got a huge boost during the pandemic, when millions of people were in lockdown and many retailers were pushed online.
People, during the lockdown, felt like there's a need for more social interactions. This live platform creates an interesting kind of environment that gives people the sense that I'm actually interacting with you. And then live stream shopping brings in a lot more variety of things that people could buy and satisfy, the sense of losing control, especially during the pandemic.
At the heart of this craze are the top influencers who have tens of millions of followers and sell products worth millions of dollars every night. They often use their star power to get bargains from retailers, which in turn boosts their own sales and influence.
So if you think about China's live streaming, you have to know the king and queen of the influencers.
The queen of live streaming, Via, she is actually having the biggest viewership and the biggest sales volume for a long time on Taobao platform. She can sell everything from like Gucci sunglasses, lipsticks, homes, and cars. One time she offered her followers to go on a Tesla ride with her, and she even, for once, sold a rocket launch in her live streaming room for 40 million yuan. 接下来我们真的要上火箭。The king would be Li Jiaqi, more widely known as Lipstick's brother. He used to be a cosmetic sales before he turned into live streaming e-commerce. And he knows a lot about the cosmetics. So he's the one that will actually put the lipsticks on himself when he's on the show.
Top live streamers like Via and Li Jiaqi have become celebrities in China and can earn millions of dollars a year. Although not everyone can be as popular, mid-ranking live streamers like Tiffany still earn a good income through sales commissions.
如果说单从收入方面来讲的话，那主播的收入是比普通的工作要高很多。但是呢，主播这个工作时刻对身体，包括对精神都有很大的一个考验的。就是每天需要集中精力，然后长达5-6个小时，这种状态是很累的。而且这5-6个小时的话，你是脑子是不停的，然后嘴巴是不停的，然后手也是不停的，眼睛也是不停的。像我们做主播，不是说单一的只做直播一件事情，然后还会有选品的一些工作，然后还会有一些其他的事情排在里面，其实是没有个人生活的。那我觉得增强粉丝影响力的话，不是说某一件事情。可能今天做了什么事情你就增大了影响力，而是每天不断的内容的输出，粉丝不断的可能对你的了解，慢慢的信任你。
没有芝麻酱的味道，如果吃不习惯的话就慎买。
A lot of successful live streamers are generally very good at communication. They're very good at articulating very simply what a product does, what a product doesn't do. In order for them to sell, they need to be trustworthy and appear trustworthy, and they need to, show in some ways that they're authentic, right? So for Via and Li Jiaqi, they are able to articulate that quite a bit through their body language, through what they say. For example, Li Jiaqi will also sometimes say bad things about certain products because to him that's his honest opinion, and sometimes people want to hear that. And so they seem very credible, they seem very trustworthy, and don't forget, they're also very entertaining and very interesting. If you're familiar with Li Jiaqi, he won a Guinness record for like the most lipstick applications to models in like 30 seconds. So if you're able to create a lot of buzz with interesting things that you do, people who may not want to buy lipsticks will also stream in just to watch what he does. And then from there, you might get hooked.
这就是一般女生出门的时候涂的口红的颜色。
Live streamers also use sales techniques such as limited time or supply. This sense of scarcity can often encourage viewers to buy.
The platform in itself creates and enhances some of these things, but you see it live. Something we call social proof has taken over, meaning that, hey, other people are interested, other people are joining in, other people want the same product. And they add it in the chat and they ask questions and they say, oh, I want this too. What happens then? It makes the whole product even more scarce.
But it's not just influencers. Local farmers, luxury brands, even mutual funds have also started their own live stream shows.
Working with very top-tier live streamers can be risky. It's not necessary that the benefits will end up with the brand. So we see company executives opening their own shows. And we see like P&G have their own sales room, which runs shows every day as well. We also have like local governors in like small towns to sell their agricultural products. So the live streaming is definitely transformed the way product owners can think about how to reach their consumers, and it enables a lot of players to actually sell.
Live stream shopping is going global. Merchants in Southeast Asia have embraced this trend. And in the West, Amazon has upgraded its live streaming function, adding interactive features like chat rooms. Companies, including Google and Facebook, are also developing and investing in technologies to integrate video and e-commerce.
直播电商它其实已经开始成为主流，它未来的发展空间跟潜力都是巨大的。
接下来大家会越来越依赖这种购物方式， 会变成一个比较日常化、比较规范化的这么一个趋势。
If you look at the numbers alone, their numbers alone, Li Jiaxi's numbers or Via's numbers, you know that they can sell and you know that they can generate revenue. Are they able to sustain it over a long period of time? It depends on how innovative they are at changing some of the things that they do.
But you can't expect consumers one day turn into virtual shopping for good. There will be the nature of us that crave to go into the store, to touch the goods and actually wear it and see how it looks like and walk around in that with our friends. And those things wouldn't be replaceable with live streaming.
You could imagine that the oceans are actually the largest battery. We're storing huge amounts of energy in the oceans. The wave motion can be very deep. It can extend down several hundred meters. And once it gets to the near shore, from about 50 meters, the whole water column is moving backwards and forwards.
As we search for ways to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, some are looking to a largely untapped potential source of renewable energy. In theory, waves off the coast of the United States alone could generate over 2 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity a year, enough to power more than half of the country.
Waves intensify and subside not as quickly as the wind, and that means that it can produce a smoother power generation curve. One of the potential advantages of wave energy is that it could act as a complementary source of power compared to other renewables on the grid if it were to be scaled up to commercial scale.
For decades, engineers have been trying to convert wave energy into electricity, but a host of technological and financial challenges have complicated their efforts.
In the years from around 2006 to 2015, there were a spate of bankruptcies in the sector, and this was largely because of a lack of kind of continuous proven projects out at sea with reliable electricity generation.
Since then, companies have been trying to develop the technologies at a steadier pace and with a smaller cash burn. But the same questions remain. Can companies develop devices and technologies that actually work? Is wave energy just a novelty or something that can become a major renewable energy source?
The sea is a very challenging environment within which to operate a power project. So seawater is corrosive and conditions are very rough. So this means that power projects don't have a very long lifetime, and it increases operating and maintenance costs.
Partly because of that, many early wave energy projects hit rough waters, such as the Palamas Wave Energy Converter in Portugal and the Isla Limpet project in Scotland. But that hasn't stopped others from trying.
Companies are focused on testing projects out at sea, proving their durability, trying to raise capital and bring down cost. The sector hasn't really converged around one single technology design, and companies are kind of undecided about which design works best.
Finland-based AW Energy is a veteran in the sector. The first proof of concept of the company's device was made in the 90s after diver Rauno Koivusaari observed the strong back-and-forth movement of a hatch cover in a shipwreck in the Baltic Sea.
The waves are generated far from the coastline, so the wind blows on the surface of the water, causing the water particles to rotate. And that rotation extends deep down below the surface, and the waves can be very long. They can be several hundred meters long. And as they come into the near shore, this rotational energy turns into an elliptical energy, and eventually backwards and forwards, as you probably noticed if you've been swimming on the seashore in large waves, you're pulled in and out. That's the energy that we're extracting. There's a sweet spot where we deploy, so around 10 to 15 meters of water depth. That's where there's still strong wave energy coming in.
After years of research, prototyping and testing, the company has deployed Wave Roller, a 350 kilowatt device in the waters of Portugal. Wave Roller has an 18-meter wide and 10-meter high steel panel fixed to the seabed via a floatable foundation. The panel moves back and forth with the waves, capturing the energy.
It's submerged in the depth of 15 meters, so it's protected from the extreme waves. We generate electricity by capturing the movement with hydraulic circuitry in a machine room underneath the surface. That hydraulic energy we turn to electricity with hydraulic accumulators and hydraulic motors, and also a generator.
The Wave Roller has survived large waves at sea for over a year and delivered electricity via an underwater cable to the grid in Portugal. Meanwhile, the company has won a €2.5 million grant to work on an upgraded version of the Wave Roller, aiming to increase the electricity generation capacity to 1 megawatt. The upscaled device would have a bigger panel, 2 power takeoff units, and improved software to control the energy production.
We have taken into use a wave prediction algorithm that kind of tells us what kind of waves are coming into our device. That gives us few seconds to prepare for capturing more energy, and the difference in that is significant.
Our future plans are to deliver technology around the world. So I'm hoping we can be working on delivering technology to projects in Asia and also in the American continent as well.
Meanwhile, Israeli company EcoWave Power is taking a different approach to capturing the power of the ocean. For the company's founder, Inna Braverman, developing new sources of renewable energy is a personal mission.
I was born in Ukraine in 1986, and 2 weeks after I was born, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploded, causing the largest in history nuclear disaster. I was one of the babies that got hurt from the negative effects of such explosion. I had a respiratory arrest and a clinical death. Luckily, my mother, a nurse, approached my crib on time and gave me a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which saved my life. I got a second chance in life and decided to do something good with it.
Growing up, Inna wanted to be a politician to positively change the world. After working as a translator at a renewable energy company, she decided to change paths.
Solar and wind energy were fully commercialized. There were a lot of amazing technologies implemented everywhere. I saw that wave energy, although it's an immense source of electricity, the biggest companies in the world are trying to develop wave energy with no success. And there was kind of a race going on in the world of who is the company that is going to develop a viable wave energy solution first.
In 2011, the then 24-year-old Inna co-founded EcoWave Power. Instead of installing devices offshore, the company's devices are attached to existing breakwaters, jetties, and piers.
Our technology is very cost efficient, especially in comparison to the offshore technologies, because we don't need any ships, divers, underwater mooring or cables. We install on existing man-made structures, and all our expensive equipment, the generator, the hydraulic conversion unit, the automation, is located on land just like a regular power station. This is the EcoWave Power conversion unit that has been operating in Jaffa Port since 2014 until 2020. Here you can see how the technology works. Basically, the floaters are going up and down and pushing the hydro cylinders, which transmit biodegradable fluid into land-located accumulators. A pressure is being built, the higher the waves, the higher the pressure, which is used to turn the hydro motor, which is turning the generators. The whole system is controlled by a smart automation system, which you can see right here. And in case of upcoming storms, the system automatically raises the floater above the water level and keeps them in the upward position until the storm passes.
The company has been operating a 100-kilowatt grid-connected device in Gibraltar since 2016, which is enough to power 100 households. Currently, Ina and her team are working on another 100-kilowatt project at the Port of Jaffa in Tel Aviv.
The project will be also the first time in the history of Israel that wave energy will officially connect to the electrical grid. And our goal going forward is to expand it to all suitable breakwaters in the city of Tel Aviv and to supply a significant part of the city's electricity needs.
Today, engineers and entrepreneurs are still trying to crack wave energy. Globally, only a few hundred kilowatts of wave energy are deployed, compared with gigawatts of offshore wind. But the field has come a long way in recent years, and with the right engineering solutions, this new power source could eventually become competitive with more mature renewables like solar and wind.
I would have a lot more confidence in the success of wave energy companies today as opposed to like 20 years ago. But in the next few years, or maybe the next couple of decades, it will be more likely to be used in remote locations like islands that are otherwise dependent on expensive diesel power, or out at sea on gas decommissioning rigs, or for powering underwater autonomous vehicles.
So definitely, wave energy can compete with other renewable energy sources, but I personally believe that this is not a competition. In order to have a 100% renewable energy friendly world, we need all renewable energy sources to work together.
Who are all these people from? Who are all these people from?
So can you please tell me? I'm not going to... please wait.
You know, I've covered a lot of companies. I've covered a lot of Machiavellian companies where, you know, people play rough. I don't think I've ever seen anything on the scale of Nissan.
He is making you, but you aren't from this side. I mean, it's corrupt.
One of the most dramatic elements was Ravinder Passi's home being raided by court officials in Yokohama.
You scared my wife. You scared my children. I worked in Nissan for 16 years.
So Rav Passi's journey into the darkest recesses of the Japanese corporate world started when he was the general counsel, the highest corporate lawyer position in the company.
In the past few minutes, Nissan has revealed that its chairman has been arrested after allegations of serious misconduct.
He was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn. And he was told, conduct an internal investigation and get to the heart of the matter. And then along the way, he started to notice serious conflicts of interest.
He is one of the few people who knows an extreme amount of detail regarding the alleged crimes by Carlos Ghosn. And he's now ready to tell his own story on the record about some of the events that happened.
My name is Ravinder Passy. I'm the former Global General Counsel of Nissan Motor Co. Limited. And you could say, yes, I had a front row seat in terms of what was going on.
When Carlos Ghosn saved Nissan years ago, he was depicted in Japanese comic books as this hero, and now maybe we'll see comic books where he's the villain.
In corporate Japan, Nissan was quite an unusual company. It was led for 2 decades by a non-Japanese executive.
Well, Carlos Ghosn was a hero in the Japanese business world. If you had a global business celebrity in Japan and worldwide, it was definitely Carlos Ghosn.
In a country with few foreigners at the top, he stood out. But over the years, he saved Nissan from bankruptcy, allied with Renault and Mitsubishi, and turned the alliance into one of the most competitive in the world.
Yet as the years went on, I think his ambitions changed a little bit. He started thinking about legacy plays, and one of them was to really tighten the alliance between Renault and Japan. And unbeknownst to him, there was a contingent of senior Nissan executives that were really felt threatened by that move. They really thought that they would lose complete control of the car company, and even in the government, there was probably a little bit of anxiety about a national champion in the auto industry falling under full-blown foreign control.
Carlos Ghosn was an auto industry leader, respected by many in Japan. Now he's in jail.
The arrest of Carlos Ghosn came completely out of the blue. This was in November of 2018. He was coming to Japan on Nissan's corporate jet for a regular executive meeting, and he was met on the tarmac by Japanese authorities who whisked him away to jail and charged him with financial misconduct crimes.
So what happened was that a power struggle ensued inside the company, and somewhere along the way, it was criminalized. By that I mean that there were allegations leveled at Carlos Ghosn about the way he reported his pay to Japanese authorities, the way he handled money inside the company, that in other contexts might have been a board action, might have been handled internally. A number of executives at Nissan decided to take this difference and take it over to the Tokyo prosecutor's office, and that unleashed a chain of events that would shake the entire auto industry.
So after Carlos Ghosn was arrested, Nissan launched an internal investigation into the events that led up to his arrest.
So Rav Passy was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn, and he was told, get to the heart of the matter, find out what Carlos Ghosn did wrong and bring it to our shareholders.
It's really complicated because you had various things coming out of the weeds. 2018, the investigation has started, and we become aware of matters in terms of conflicts, actions by certain individuals that cause some concern because things might not quite be what they seem.
So in our story, we really took a close look at Harinada and his role in Carlos Ghosn's downfall.
Harinada is one of the most fascinating figures inside Nissan. He's also a lawyer. He's originally Malaysian. Hello, Mr. Hari. And he had a meteoric rise through the company and became very, very close to Carlos Ghosn and other top figures. He had a front row seat at all the major strategic deliberations at the company. And when he discovered that Carlos Ghosn, as his final legacy play, was going to tighten the relationship between Renault and Nissan, he made a decision to go against Carlos Ghosn. And he became one of the key figures that decided that Carlos Ghosn had to go.
Harinada was somebody who actually recruited me into the company. So I have a long-standing relationship with him, or did have a long-standing relationship with him. For many, many years, he was a mentor. I had doubts about the credibility of the process right at the start. Harinada had a plea deal with the Tokyo prosecutors. Now, that suggests he was intrinsically involved in some of the wrongdoing, or the allegations of wrongdoing, and it just didn't smell right, just doesn't sit right.
So there was a basic conflict of interest. In other words, Harinada had to deliver results to Japanese prosecutors to avoid his own criminal liability, and he's accusing and leading the investigation of Carlos Ghosn.
Some of the people who had been involved in the original alleged crimes were also looking into the affairs themselves. Ravinder Pasi began pointing out some of these conflict of interest issues. And the reason for that is essentially his concern was for the company. If the company's own investigation into itself was compromised, that could lead to a very weak position in various lawsuits that it was dealing with across the world.
I had discussions with Harry, discussions with the statutory auditors about these conflicts, discussions with HR about some of these conflicts, because at that point, we reported into him. You know, at the time, everything was quite, as you can imagine, it was, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, we've got to move fast. But when you step back and look at some of these things, you just think, my God, what was going on here? Because me, members of my team, were being placed in immediate danger. Your chairman's been arrested, a representative director's been arrested. They both happen to be foreigners. And then now what we need to do, we're being instructed to do, is certain compliance professionals need to go into properties in Brazil, for example, and retrieve evidence. They've got to do it very carefully, because if they don't do it carefully, they're going to get convicted of criminal activities. And likewise, when a team of lawyers were commissioned to go to Lebanon, I mean, one of my immediate concerns was, why are lawyers from Nissan being sent to go to Lebanon to retrieve evidence? These are just lawyers, they're corporate lawyers from Nissan. You had revelations that a number of executives had benefited from share appreciation rights when they shouldn't have. I mean, you know, substantive amounts of money being taken by these guys when they weren't entitled to take them. And you do think, yes, how is this going to look later on? It's going to look quite concerning. So that triggered, for me, the sort of assessment that, well, I'm going to have to do something, because up until this point, I haven't put down on paper these conflicts and these issues.
So Rav Pasi makes a fateful move. He writes this letter to the board listing every suspicion he has in great detail, backed up by evidence, backed up by memos, of why this internal investigation had serious problems. He sends the letter to the board, and it's crickets. He doesn't hear much of anything.
Nothing happened thereafter. Nothing at all. Just like it just gone into a black box.
And he began to suspect that there was a desire, even at the highest level within Nissan, to kind of sweep these conflicts of interest under the rug.
Unfortunately for me, I think, again, with hindsight, people must have thought that this is the nail that's sticking out, and we can't have this. Within 3 days of me submitting that to the board of directors, that letter to the independent board of directors, I was removed from the Goan Executive Conduct Matters. I was then told that I could not attend board meetings anymore. And up until that point, I had attended every single board meeting. I was then also told that after 8 years of being in Japan, I'd be going back to the UK. It eventually transpired that I'd be the VP of Projects and Transformation, managing a team of 3. So you can imagine what this feels like at this stage. Almost an arbitrary removal from Japan, where I've lived for 8 years, had 3 children there, my family has grown up, and we've been settled there, having a few months earlier been promoted to vice president at a global level, to being almost demoted.
So Pasi was essentially being reassigned to get him as far away from the internal investigation as possible, and also to a certain extent in retaliation to some of the issues that he brought up regarding the internal investigation and Harinada.
What happened to Rav Pasi can be seen as a series of corporate humiliations. I mean, first of all, his immediate responsibilities were taken away from him. Eventually, he lost, the coveted general counsel title. But it didn't stop there. Toward the end of his stay in Japan, Rav and his wife were convinced that they were being followed.
During that period, I'd noticed that whilst driving my car, I'd have other cars following me. First time I noticed this was around mid-March, and I was driving, I can't remember where I was going, but this grey van, small van, just literally started following me. And I noticed that there was somebody in the car taking pictures. And lo and behold, we were absolutely being followed either by people on foot or other individuals, 2 or 3, normally 2 burly men in a car, different cars at different times, following us around. They were following the family as well. And, given I'd seen the Nissan security department behave in a very, very egregious manner with others in terms of following and surveilling, I was very concerned as to what they were doing and who they were giving this information to. Because if they're giving this information to the authorities, you do think, why? What's going on here? I mean, this is just not normal behavior.
And this all culminated in a rather dramatic event in the middle of 2020.
Who are you people?
Where Nissan had hired a legal team and had obtained an unusual court order from the district court in Yokohama
to basically do a search of his home and seizure of his corporate laptop and phone and other documents.
If you don't let us in now, we have to break this key.
So it's a pretty extreme way to treat someone who'd spent 16 years at the company.
These people have all come in. We don't really know who they are, apart from the fact that I've been shown a badge that says the Yokohama Court. And they're here to recover a laptop and a mobile phone. It was even more weird because I'd highlighted to the directors that certain Nissan executives were trying to recover this laptop and this phone whilst I was still in Japan. And I was very concerned because it had evidence on there that related to misconduct matters and other forms of inappropriate conduct. It was just another form of intimidation, another form of harassment, forcing me almost to leave the company and the country. Because once they'd retained and obtained these items, we were still followed, which, again, I just couldn't understand. What is the point of doing that? You know, this isn't a car company. This is not the KGB.
I think it's fair to say that Rob Posse didn't have full battlefield awareness of all the intrigue going on at Nissan. I mean, Harinata is interesting because he's both charismatic and charming, and one of the most brutal corporate infighters one could ever run across.
This is a confidential company email, right? You should not have this.
If he had fallen into line, he would probably still have his job at Nissan, be paid very well, and continued his work.
A career that he spent 16 years building at Nissan is irretrievably broken. It's been smashed to smithereens. He and his family paid a huge price, certainly. But in terms of being able to sleep at night, I think, he's come out ahead.
I highlighted issues to the highest levels of the company so that they could be dealt with appropriately by those in charge. There was no response to those, and there was retaliation against me. What's really profound, like absolutely profound, is that none of your colleagues, I mean people who you have known for years, forget it.
Yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for that. You've got to be ready for that. If you take it on anyway.
This is the awful truth. There's always someone in the family that's pushing it.
This lady does not deserve to be taken advantage of, especially at your age with your own grandchild.
Yeah.
My grandma is having to sue them
I'm testifying against them. Nobody's talking. They're one floor below right now. I get afraid to go on the elevator. It's sad that it had to devolve to this.
It's like a soap opera to me.
It's a very sad thing.
It's a family feud. A family feud.
Here's a family that, on paper, you would think has the wealth that so many people seek, yet at the end of the day, it seemed to sort of rip everybody apart. My name's Tom Schoenberg. I'm a senior reporter here at Bloomberg News, cover financial enforcement. I was approached by someone close to the Schottenstein family and asked whether or not I would be interested in writing about Beverly Schottenstein and this case that she had against JP Morgan. And it was immediately clear that there was a great story here to be told. So I started just, assembling all sorts of documents that the family made available to me. That included a diary that Beverly had begun writing when she started having suspicions about what was actually going on with her money. Beverly obtained her wealth from the Schottenstein kind of retail empire that has at times included Big Lots, Value City, American Eagle Outfitters, DSW Shoes. Beverly's husband died, and at which point they sold off their portion of the company, bringing them an enormous amount of wealth at around 1990. Estimates of her wealth were around $90 million. She, for many years, had that pool of money being managed by outside advisors. Her grandsons in the late 2000s had both graduated and were becoming financial advisors. She gave them a little bit to work with, and over time, her grandson, Evan, became the trustee of her entire estate. Managing sort of family money is not a conflict. In fact, some ways in wealth management, it's kind of how you get your start. It's kind of the seed that you need to sort of get going in the business. But Beverly started having suspicions that something was wrong probably in around 2016.
Well, there were suspicious things, but taken separately without everyone talking about their own experiences, it was hard to really put it together.
She had written a check to her caretaker, Dawn, that bounced. So she went down to her local Chase branch to sort of find out what was going on. She wasn't getting paper statements in the mail, so she asked them to print out a number of her statements having to do with her checking account and her credit card account.
So we went to the bank and asked for the statements. And she got a whole year and going through all of them, page by page by page.
And it was there she saw all sorts of charges that she said she didn't authorize or didn't know about.
I was becoming very, very suspicious. I was starting to look in the money part, and that's what bothered me more when I saw that money was going. And I was not a big spender.
Around the same time, Dawn, she starts noticing Beverly's son, who lived in the condominium below her, came up with Evan with a shredder and started grabbing papers in her office area, including some with JP Morgan letterhead, and just started sitting at the kitchen table just shredding documents over and over.
Yeah, they came in one morning.
They used to do it in the back.
Through the back door, and they brought the shredder inside. And then they went in the drawers in the office and took out all the papers, and they started doing it. I was very suspicious because I know you don't go around and destroying papers.
Beverly said that they had done this many times before.
That's when she said to me, Dawn, I'm going to write my feelings in this black book.
Diary.
And it's a diary, and she started writing. Each day she would write a little at a time.
Around the holidays of 2018, a package had arrived, a FedEx package, and in it were materials about a venture capital fund based out of the Cayman Islands. Dawn and some other family members take a look at this, and they see that Beverly is signed up for this fund to the tune of $5 million over the course of several years.
And that was really the beginning of it. That was sort of the tip of the iceberg when it became obvious that something was going on, that my grandmother really wasn't aware of this fund.
Beverly started to panic. She got really upset and called, JP Morgan's headquarters in New York and asked for Jamie Dimon. She said she was told someone would call her back, but she says that never happened. She wrote a letter to Evan and Avi, and in there she laid out a number of things that were concerning her: unauthorized trading, the checking account. She had about $1 million worth of jewelry in a safe deposit box, and that her son Bobby had the key to that box, and that jewelry had gone missing. All this was kind of packaged in this, 5-page handwritten amendment to a will and trust.
There's such an evolving narrative about why the jewelry was taken. The only truth we really know is that the jewelry is gone. But why it happened, there have been a lot of different stories.
You just don't take your mother's wonderful things and hand it out.
And they emailed that note to JP Morgan to seize all activity on her account.
And it ended up setting off a firestorm after that. As soon as they got this email that there was a cease and desist and that she wanted to send her money and change brokerage firms, they were actually vacationing one floor below downstairs. They're there right now.
The next day, Beverly's in her place. The granddaughter's still in her place visiting. Dawn is there, and up comes Bobby kind of barging through the door. And he's screaming about what was sent to the JP Morgan. They're now investigating now. And he's furious, takes his mother and sort of puts her into a chair, gets pen and paper, and she says physically forced her to write a retraction letter.
They were pushing me around.
It was a scary time. I was really afraid too.
I had to take her to the doctor, and she did an x-ray because she was in so much pain.
The locks had to be changed. The phone number had to be changed. I really thought we were going to have to hire guards to be outside just for protection.
Oh, it was terrible.
Horrible scene.
Beverly brought her case before the Financial Industry Regulatory Authorities, usually known as FINRA. It took several months of hearings. She sees all sorts of transactions that's going on, hundreds of them that she claims that she never knew about, never authorized, but yet were logged in JP Morgan's files as having been direct requests from her. That included the sale of a large amount of Apple stock worth several $1 million, as well as all her stock in Big Lots. Over the course of their time with JP Morgan, Evan and Avi were making all sorts of trading on her account that was generating millions of dollars in commissions for themselves and the bank, yet she was not sort of getting any of the type of gains that you would expect sort of an $80 million account in a bullish market to be able to get. They issued a ruling entirely in her favor, finding that her grandsons, as well as JP Morgan, they were liable for violating their fiduciary duty, misrepresenting themselves, and they also found that the bank and her grandson, Evan, were liable for elder abuse. Evan and Avi, they were fired from JP Morgan. They issued an award of about $19 million. I reached out for comment, and JP Morgan emphasized that Evan and Avi were no longer with the firm and that their actions do not represent the sort of values of the bank. I reached out to Evan and Avi, heard back from their lawyer saying that, they disagree with the law and the facts that FINRA kind of used to decide the case against them and are seeing if they can have it withdrawn. Her son, Bobby, wrote her a letter, said his sons weren't criminals, and he also admits to taking her jewelry. And he says he needed it to pay off some bad business debts he had.
They never once came up to say, I'm sorry.
If there had been an apology and some acceptance, and asking for forgiveness from my grandmother, I don't think we'd be in the position that we are now.
Since the piece came out, we've received dozens of messages from people, many of whom are telling their own sort of personal tales of, kind of financial advisors gone bad, or family members who got control of an estate and abused, those within. It seems that it's really resonated with a lot of people. I keep, hearing a lot of feedback about Beverly and how, a lot of people feel she did the right thing.
You're never too old to stand up for yourself and try to right an injustice. She was adamant that she wanted to stand up for herself. But at the end of the day, they did wrong.
It's a painful life lesson. You know, Beverly taught them that you don't mess with grandma.
On April 20th, oil markets did something they never had before, and they crashed, went into negative territory and closed the day at minus $40. Meanwhile, in a place called Thaden Boyce in Essex, a group of 9 traders, led by a guy called Cuddles, made $660 million over the course of a couple of hours.
The price of oil has collapsed to a record low.
We've never really seen anything like it. WTI this morning down more than 35%.
People maybe wouldn't have been so surprised if the oil price had fallen to zero, but the oil price went to minus 38. It went far lower than anyone had expected. And so lots of people in the market were saying, well, hang on, something else is going on here.
A couple of months later, I started to get wind through a kind of network of sources that a tiny firm in the outskirts of London had made a huge amount of money that day and potentially had some part to play in what happened.
The information we got was that 9 traders at Vega Capital London had made in the region of $660 million in one day. As a group, I think they made as much money in one day as Apple makes from its international sales in one day. I mean, it's an insane sum of money.
Did they pull off a fantastic trade? Did they predict the way the market was moving and get it absolutely right? Or was there something else going on, and had they actually done something that breached market rules in a bid to sort of push the market? And that investigation is ongoing. So Paul Commins is a trader who cut his teeth in the pits in the 80s and 90s when everyone had a nickname. His was Cuddles. If you can imagine, that was a very sort of cutthroat type of world where people are doing, you know, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollar trades by shouting at each other, giving hand signals, and then sort of scrawling on scraps of paper.
The culture of the trading pits in London was very influenced by the working class guys who became traders there. They weren't like the city bankers that had gone before them. They weren't usually Oxford or Cambridge. You know, they didn't wear Savile Row suits. They were ordinary working guys who happened to have a talent for trading. And a lot of them came from Essex.
I think it was 400 traders in the pits, and Cuddles in his, you know, oil and gas pit was described to us as amongst the top 3. In amongst that, was very successful and made, you know, very large amounts of money as a young man. But, you know, inevitably, mechanization and the arrival of electronic markets was the kind of death knell for the pits. And in 2005, the IPE closed down.
And when the pits shut down, a lot of the traders who worked there lost their jobs or quit or went to work for financial institutions. But Paul Commins decided to start his own trading collective out in Essex.
Some of them are ex-pit guys, cut from the same cloth as him. Lots of them are actually sort of in their 20s, and they're his, you know, drinking buddy's son, or they're his own kids' friends from football. You know, they're young lads, hungry and ambitious, and he brings them into the fold. And fairly shortly, he's got, you know, maybe a dozen or so traders that they're independent, let's be clear, but they're all part of this collective.
Yeah, I'll let Liam deal with Essex.
I am from Essex, so I feel like I'm free to, to get into this.
Sweet, as they say.
If you were to ask someone in Britain how they would imagine a kind of Essex person, they would see someone who's maybe slightly flamboyant, with a sort of Cockney accent, a sort of Guy Ritchie-style accent. Not afraid to splash the cash, but it's probably pretty bright and has done well for themselves.
Don't even make sense, does it?
But, these guys, they drove around very nice Rolls Royces and Bentleys. They went to places like Marbella on holiday.
Thaden Boyce is a very wealthy place. You have to have considerable income to be able to afford to live in that village. It's a really nice place to live, and it's 20 minutes tube ride away from the city.
Earlier in the summer, we have this lead, which is that there's this tiny firm called Vega Capital London, and they were the biggest winners from the biggest oil crash in history. Anyone that covers markets is going to be surprised about that. You're thinking your BPs of the world or your Glencores, but it's this tiny firm.
And one of the big challenges that we had was actually finding out who worked with Vega Capital. It wasn't immediately obvious, and at first we had absolutely no idea. If you go to the Vega Capital website, it says it's under construction. If you do basic online searching, it's very difficult to find anyone who's publicly connected to the company.
So inevitably, we're incredibly curious at this point. Like, who the hell are these people?
The more reporting we did, the more it became clear that this group were connected socially as well as professionally. They went to weddings together, they played golf together, they would go on holiday together. We found out that a number of them were members of the West Ham Supporters Club in London. A few of them started companies together, so you could see all the connections between them and start to see a distinct group emerging.
And it really just was this kind of shock that, this wasn't just like a hedge fund or a firm you'd never heard of. This was actually a group of buddies who all had the same experience on this day and had all made a huge amount of money. So if you're an oil trader, there's a number of different ways you can trade, and probably the most popular is WTI futures contracts.
And it's basically a contract that says, I'm going to buy 1,000 barrels of oil from you at this point in the future, or I'm going to sell 1,000 barrels of oil to you at this point in the future.
It's actually just a financial contract to gamble on to predict whether oil is going to go up or down.
On the 20th of April in Essex, there had been signals for a while that this was going to be an exceptional day in oil markets. And we know that some of them arose early and started their trading in the early hours of the morning while it was still dark outside.
Essentially what they were doing is buying contracts that gave them an obligation to buy oil at whatever the price ended up at 2:30 p.m. So they're basically placing a bet that oil was going to fall throughout the day.
But they're simultaneously selling lots of oil as well. And whether they make a profit and how much profit they make is the difference between what they buy the oil for and what they sell the oil for. Now, of course, we now know throughout April 20th, the price dropped and dropped.
So this is going very well for them. They are committed to selling oil at these prices, and the prices are continuing to fall, which means they're going to be able to offset it and buy oil at cheaper at the end of the day. Now, once it gets to kind of 1:30, 2 p.m., that's when things start to get really interesting. Suddenly there's a kind of influx of buyers and sellers, as desperation increases in the market and trading volumes go up. Now at 2:08 p.m. exactly, something bizarre and unprecedented happened, which is that oil passes into negative territory.
And it fell to a record level of minus $38.
We've never seen anything like it, period, in terms of the contraction of the global economy.
That huge gulf between what they were buying the oil for and what they were selling it for enabled them to make more money than they ever thought possible.
So their profit was the difference between minus 37 and all of these positive numbers on every contract they sold.
The price of crude briefly hit minus $37 a barrel. For one group of traders operating from a small office, it was a very, very profitable day.
It's important to remember this had never happened before in the history of oil trading. No one could have predicted it.
I can't think of another example of where you enter a trade and you get paid on both sides. You get paid both to sell and to buy. It's unthinkable.
One thing we know about the Cuddles Trading Arcade is that they were very comfortable taking large risks. And, you have to be clear, this was a large risk.
Yeah, we spoke to oil traders, both people that know these guys and people that don't, and they all say that this is, incredibly risky.
And that's actually what stops a lot of oil traders doing trading like this. They simply aren't willing to stomach the risk. But Cuddles and his friends were.
So when the kind of final calculations came down, the group of the 9 most profitable traders made $660 million or thereabouts between them. I mean, if you can imagine, I think 3 or 4 of them made in excess of 100 million each.
One of the astonishing things about this trade is that 2 of the individuals who made more than $100 million in a single day were in their 20s. One of them was 22 years old. Only a few years earlier, he'd been posting on his social media about doing teenage stuff with his mates in town and going to see girls and rap music. And here he is a few years later making $100 million in a single day's trading. When me and Liam discovered that, we couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Oil trading is a zero-sum game. Anytime you're making money as an oil trader, someone else is losing it.
Amongst the biggest losers were the investors in this Chinese fund, Crude Oil Treasure Fund. There were thousands of them, and they lost everything.
Lots of people had put their savings into oil funds. They lost money that day. Big banks and brokers who sort of stand in the middle of trading parties, they lost money that day.
And another interesting thing is that oil-producing countries like Kuwait or Canada, they sell oil as an average of the WTI closing price over the preceding month. So the fact that one of those numbers in that average was minus 37 meant, if you can imagine, countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait potentially lost a couple of dollars on every single barrel of oil they sold that month.
Vega Capital's traders made such an extraordinary sum of money that it was inevitable there would be some scrutiny of what they did. But it wasn't just the sums of money they made. In the vital half an hour before the settlement price was set, they were by far the biggest sellers of oil futures in the market, which is an incredible thing to think about when you consider that the other participants in that oil market are going to be the world's biggest banks, oil majors, BP and Shell, and here you have a group of 9 guys in Essex who are having this significant influence over a global market for oil.
I mean, I think you have to assume that if these guys had made $7 million or $10 million, they probably would be celebrating in Essex right now. But the fact that they made closer to 700 million has meant that they are facing understandable scrutiny.
We wrote individually to all the Vega traders who did exceptionally well that day, and we got a letter in response from a law firm representing the group. The law firm was at pains to point out, number one, that they haven't been accused of any wrongdoing, that they all traded independently and separately, and they'd basically all made up their own minds that this was what was going to happen in oil markets based on publicly available knowledge, and decided to execute this trade.
What I love about these stories is there's a real variance of opinion, and some people will look at what happened and think that must be dodgy. They all traded at the end of the day. They all made a huge amount of money while all these people lost. That's shocking. But lots of people say these guys are at acute disadvantage. They're in a market that's inhabited by, huge technology-driven funds and firms and oil giants that have got all the advantages in the world, and when you get a bunch of Essex geezers who essentially beat the market and find a way to make a huge amount of money, they should get a pat on the back, really, because that's the dream. Since this happened, a lot of the guys have stopped trading the monthly settlements that they'd done so well at in the past. Several of them have set up new companies. They've essentially gone very quiet. Any kind of social media presence they had has kind of closed down. By all accounts, they're, waiting this out.
It's certainly too early to try and predict how the regulatory investigations are going to pan out. We just don't know. There's a number of potential outcomes for these guys. Potential punishments if there are any findings of manipulation against Vega or anyone affiliated with it. Might be you could be fined, you could be banned from trading, and in the most extreme cases there have even been criminal prosecutions in the past of people who have been found to have been manipulating the settlement and misconduct related to trade at settlement. There are other outcomes too. One obvious one is going to be they're able to walk away from this life-changing trade with all the money that they made and celebrated as heroes in the trading community. That, you know, they'll go down as legends.
It's very important, given the nature of the climate crisis right now, for the general public to have an understanding of what progress is or is not actually happening. And I think many readers right now, they'll see these hundreds and hundreds of companies making these big, bold climate claims. And they would be forgiven to think that, you know, we're well on our way to meeting the emission reduction trajectory we need to be on. And the reality of the matter is we're just not on that trajectory. And a key reason for this sort of disconnect is the use of offsets that aren't doing what they claim to be doing.
We have a massive potential for sort of willful blindness. We can convince ourselves of things regardless of what the facts are. And so that's what tends to happen in these cases. It's not that anybody is setting out to commit climate fraud. They sort of walk themselves into a situation and they convince themselves of one thing, and that allows them to convince themselves of another thing. But at the end of the day, they're doing something that makes no sense at all.
My name is Ben Elgin. I wrote the story about how the billion-dollar market for carbon offsets is setting back the fight against climate change. So one of the challenges in reporting on carbon offsets and trying to figure out what's going on is really finding good experts who have been steeped in this marketplace and are willing to candidly talk about it. One of the best people for this is a fellow named Mark Trexler, and I've been talking to him for more than a decade.
My name is Mark Trexler. I've worked in climate change for the last 30 years. I was actually hired by the World Resources Institute in Washington to work on the first carbon offset project in 1988. In terms of defining a carbon offset, one of the beauties, so to speak, of greenhouse gases, sort of the silver lining of greenhouse gases, when you put up a molecule of CO2 into the atmosphere, it can be anywhere in the planet in 7 days. And therefore, if there's an option to reduce emissions on the other side of the planet, and you can do that very cheaply as compared to doing it in your factory, for example, then why not pay that person, that factory on the other side of the planet to reduce their emissions? Then you are, in a sense, offsetting your emissions, and the atmosphere doesn't really see your emissions anymore.
So carbon offsets have been around for quite some time, and they were actually key with these international climate agreements, such as the Kyoto Protocol, which mandated the wealthiest countries reduce their greenhouse gas emissions.
The treaty was signed on the 11th of December, 1997.
Decided. The business community in general saw carbon offsets as a huge opportunity to comply with whatever policies and measures might be coming down the pike on climate change much more cost effectively.
We've seen a huge surge in companies making big proclamations about how they're going carbon neutral or zeroing out all of their carbon emissions.
We're going to reduce our carbon footprint to net zero.
Unilever is committing to net zero emissions.
We can achieve a net zero emissions world.
We began looking at these corporate claims of dramatically reduced emissions, and we noticed so many of these companies were using carbon offsets to achieve these aims. And as we began to look at the carbon offset projects themselves, what we found is that the environmental benefits claimed by these companies are not actually what they seem to be. And as we sort of saw and spotted a number of these very aggressive carbon offset projects, which appeared to be generating inflated credits or bogus credits, we saw a number of them were associated with the Nature Conservancy. This surprised us. The Nature Conservancy is the world's biggest environmental group. They have about $1 billion a year in revenues, and they've been around for 7 decades. They've preserved about 125 million acres of land, and they've done so many good works over the years, and they've been very strong in terms of working with corporate partners. The Nature Conservancy has taken a different approach, a very pragmatic and pro-business approach. They will not go out and criticize a big polluter, but they're very happy to work with them. Some might say that, well, that's selling out, but others would say, and those at the Nature Conservancy would say, these companies have deep pockets. They can help fund important preservation work, and we have absolutely no problem working with them on this stuff. So companies are very warm, and they've partnered with the Nature Conservancy for many years. And yeah, it definitely lends a sheen of credibility to these projects.
Here's 20 new reasons to visit Disney World this year. 1, 2, 3.
If you look at, for instance, Disney, that's a sprawling company with theme parks and cruise lines that burn up diesel fuel. They have office buildings and television studios that consume electricity. So these companies are trying to make major reductions in their carbon footprints, but it's very difficult to change these fundamental ways their businesses operate. So Disney has been a big buyer of carbon offsets that are orchestrated by the Nature Conservancy. One of the projects that they buy from is called Pennsylvania Ridges. And that's a plot of land. Most of the land is actually about a 3-hour drive outside of Philadelphia. Interestingly, this land, 3,000 of these acres, was actually acquired by the Nature Conservancy in the late 1990s. This land was imminently threatened. There was a pending logging contract on this land. So they do what they've done so well for all of these years, which is they go out, they raise money from local philanthropists, and they go buy this land to protect it from developers and loggers. And at the time, according to an archived version of the Nature Conservancy's website, when they were proudly announcing this deal, they said, these threats have been abated because of this acquisition by the Nature Conservancy. So it's really interesting now, fast forward 2 decades to earlier this year when they put forward this carbon project. And if you look through it, this land is a key part of that carbon project. And what they're now saying is this land is now, once again, imminently threatened. 72% of the trees are going to be cut within 5 years. Now, this is just astounding because this land is owned by the Nature Conservancy. They do not clear-cut land that they've bought through philanthropic donations. So this scenario that they've put forward to get carbon revenues is not really plausible. And what that means is when you have Disney coming in and buying these credits, when it eventually lowers its carbon footprint because of these credits, well, that won't be a credible or truthful claim by Disney. So this is an organization that truly understands the threat of the issue of climate change and is wanting to do its part to address this. However, in this situation, it just appears their drive, which they've had for decades, to increase the amount of revenues that it can use for land preservation work. Nature Conservancy and many others see that carbon credits as a pot of money that they can tap into to further their own benevolent aims. But unfortunately, what this has resulted in is claims of climate progress that just aren't really happening. So the Nature Conservancy defends vigorously these deals, and they and others will say, look, our projects are just following the rules that these registries set up. So some would also put some of the blame on the registries themselves because they're setting up the rules which allow these vapid projects to get up and sold. So we've reached out to all of the companies we mentioned in this story, including Disney. They didn't want to be interviewed for this story, but they all told us that, look, we have to rely on the experts out there, and those experts, they say, are these carbon registries that have been set up. Most of these Nature Conservancy deals are set up and sold on this exchange. It's called the American Carbon Registry. Now, it's the oldest of these registries that allow voluntary carbon credits to be sold. They've been around since 1996. What these offset registries do is they set up rules, and any carbon offset project has to follow those rules. But there's this tension that's always there. If the rules are too strict, then it's going to be very hard for carbon offset projects to get up and running. So there's this balance going on where the registries want rules that attract projects, but they don't want it to be so strict where it will disincentivize projects from getting listed.
One of the challenges with designing carbon offset systems is that there are normally two people at the table. You have buyers and you have sellers. And to some extent, you have policymakers, but you know, the buyers and the sellers are really the ones with the expertise, with the incentive to really participate hard, make a lot of things happen. And the challenge there is that both of them sort of want the same thing, or they're both happy with the same thing. They're happy with low-cost offsets and a lot of them, because that works for their business model. You end up, though, with nobody really representing the atmosphere, so to speak. Nobody's really representing the climate in those discussions. And so the policies end up biasing the whole system, and you end up in sort of a race to the bottom, and that's what we've seen happen. You know, when it comes specifically to the topic of carbon offsets, you know, I am a fan of carbon offsets in the sense that they can help mitigate climate change. They absolutely can. But, you know, if we're not going to do it correctly in a way that actually does help mitigate climate change, then it's nothing but a distraction. And, you know, after 30 years, you have to start wondering, is it really just a distraction? And that's really unfortunate, but that's where we are. Ultimately, what needs to happen is systemic change. You know, we're sort of nibbling around the edges with some of these different things. We need to change how we produce energy. We need to change how we transport ourselves. We need to change what and how we eat. You know, we need systemic change associated with transitioning to a low carbon economy. A lot of what we're doing today is not promoting systemic change. It's sort of trying to stick your thumb in the dike to preserve the current system. And at the end of the day, that can't really work.
The Hyperloop. There's a good chance you've heard the name by now.
This is the Hyperloop system. It can take people hundreds of miles in minutes.
The Hyperloop, a series of tubes that would transport people in pods at ultra-high speeds over long distances.
It's a remarkable new form of transportation that can whisk people from city to city in a flash.
29 minutes from New York to D.C., 30 minutes from L.A. to San Francisco.
For years, we've been seeing these futuristic, utopian renderings of some cross between a spaceship and a monorail. But lately, the Hyperloop is becoming much more real.
Yes. It was surreal to be even sitting inside a Hyperloop, and just even more incredible to actually be like riding down a track in something that was nothing more than a crazy idea 6 years before.
Companies all around the world have been developing and testing the technology needed to propel passengers at speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. But for many, speed is only the first step to unlocking the full transformational effects of a new mode of transportation.
Fast is what we just sort of take for granted in the Hyperloop world. It's the network effects that really deliver the benefit. And that opens up a completely different scale of economic opportunity.
We've got planes, trains, automobiles, and boats for getting around Earth. But what if there was a fifth mode? And I have a name for it, which is called the Hyperloop.
The Hyperloop?
Hyperloop, yeah.
In 2013, while riding high on the growing success of Tesla and SpaceX, entrepreneur Elon Musk released a white paper outlining the basic framework of the technology he called Hyperloop. The basic idea goes a little something like this. A tube reduces the air pressure to a near vacuum-like environment. A Hyperloop pod is then suspended in the tube, usually by magnetic levitation. The whole pod can then be propelled forward. Because there's no traditional friction sources like air resistance or rolling friction that would push back against the pod, the Hyperloop is able to move at incredibly high speeds and do so fairly efficiently. Despite its futuristic name, however, the general concept behind Hyperloop is actually pretty old. In fact, New York City's first attempt at an underground public transit system in the 1870s was based on a similar principle. The pneumatic transit system was short-lived, however, only stretching one block and topping out at a rather leisurely 10 miles per hour. While Elon would make some 21st century improvements to this concept and bestow a very 21st century name, he wouldn't end up pursuing the technology itself, instead electing to focus his efforts on something a little bit deeper, literally digging the requisite tunnels via his boring company. It would take another billionaire industrialist who dabbles in spaceflight. No, wait, not that one. Yeah, that's the one. After Richard Branson would make a large investment in the company Hyperloop One, it would be renamed to Virgin Hyperloop.
What we've always been trying to do as a company is show that this technology could work, that it could be made safe, and that ultimately it's something that's happening in the next couple of years, not the next 20 years.
Josh Geigel is the co-founder and CEO of Virgin Hyperloop. In a familiar tech startup story, he's seen the project go from a garage to a large-scale testing facility outside of Las Vegas.
So we started building the first kind of Hyperloop system in 2016. We've done a lot of work, about 500 tests that we've done on that over the last 5 years. And what we realized that we need to do is take that technology, show that it can be commercial, so drive the cost down, improve the efficiency, improve the performance. But the key thing is actually making it approachable and safe for individuals.
In order to do that, Josh, along with Virgin's head of passenger experience, Sarah Lucian, bravely volunteered to take the inaugural ride.
What her and I were realizing is we're the first two people sitting in a Hyperloop. The only type of people that have gone through this environment are in spacesuits, and there we are in just normal clothes because of the system, the safety of what we've designed.
3, 2, 1, launch.
And then once we started going, you felt a bit of acceleration. We accelerated a little bit harder than we would in commercial. It'd be like a sports car. Yes. We got to about 108 miles an hour on that test. And it's a short run. It's about 500 yards or so, and came to a stop.
The test, lasting only about 20 seconds and covering only a quarter of a mile at just over 100 miles per hour, is a long way away from a true functioning Hyperloop. But as for optics, it's a crucial step for the future of funding.
The number one question we got from investors or from project proponents or just people in general was is a Hyperloop safe? And what better way to show something is safe
than by actually getting people on it.
But convincing investors and governments that would likely be fronting some of the construction costs for an unproven technology is no easy task. First and foremost is the question of safety.
Most people don't know how an airplane works, but yet they get on an airplane. They get on an airplane because, it's faster than driving, and most importantly, they've probably gotten off of one before, they've seen someone get off of one before. And so what we set out to do was actually show that Hyperloop could be safe with two normal people, not astronauts, not adrenaline junkies or test pilots or anything like that. Two normal people getting on a Hyperloop, and then most importantly, those two people getting off.
But beyond safety concerns, constructing Hyperloops will undoubtedly require a significant capital investment to the estimated tune of around $60 million per kilometer of track. So a track from San Francisco to Los Angeles, for example, is likely to come with a price tag over $10 billion. And before large governments are willing to come in and front those costs, investors who are funding Hyperloop development must accept it as a long-term mixture of technology and infrastructure investing.
Investors that are used to short returns because you're developing apps or something to that effect, those aren't the investors that really get excited about Hyperloop. What you start to see is the people that are looking at platform technologies, right? So this idea that because the smartphone existed, Uber could exist, right? So who are like the Vanderbilts of this century? And that's the part where you're going to get a lot more no's than yeses. But those people that have the ability, the fortitude to stick it out, to see the game-changing platform here, those are the people that we're looking for. And since we've done that passenger test, there has been a lot of interest that's really, this is a lot sooner than I thought.
Envisioning the ripple effects of what Hyperloop could achieve, though, is fairly challenging at this stage of development. It's fast, yes, but for point-to-point travel, traditional maglev trains can move pretty fast as well. And outside of China, South Korea, and Japan, even those haven't seen much adoption elsewhere due to the high costs and questionable profitability. The Shanghai line in China, for example, loses around $100 million every year. Hyperloop companies, however, believe they can offer something different than traditional railway lines.
My name's Alan James, and as far as I know, I'm the only guy on the planet who's written a government-level business case for 300 kmh conventional high-speed rail, 500 kmh maglev, and 1,000 kmh Hyperloop. It's fundamentally about moving people from where they are to where they want to go, when they want to make those journeys, and doing it in much smaller numbers. So pod designs for Hyperloop range from 12 to 28 seats, typically. Why are they small? It's because small enables the network to operate flexibly. And a great example of that is the east-west strategic route across the north of England, from Liverpool to Manchester to Leeds. So to get from Liverpool via Manchester to Leeds by train is just short of 2 hours today. It'll probably take you 2 hours driving as well in average traffic conditions. Net result is those three city regions remain three separate entities: Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds. There's very little commuting traffic between those urban areas. Hyperloop absolutely changes that from the ground up. Liverpool to Manchester is a 5 or 6 minute journey. Manchester to Leeds is also a 5 or 6 minute journey. What that effectively does is create a single super city economy.
In this vision, the Hyperloop acts a little more like a highway, where pods have fixed destinations and don't need to stop along the way. Meaning you can travel on a Hyperloop network from, say, Liverpool to Leeds, while the pod behind you travels from Liverpool to Manchester. And if that metro Hyperloop network is connected to other networks from the same location, You could travel from Liverpool to Paris or Liverpool to Amsterdam, all without making a single stop.
For passengers, for business, for leisure, that is utterly transformational. For high-value freight and logistics, it's equally transformational. But critically, if you do a Hyperloop network at scale, you begin to deliver massively significant carbon savings too.
A multi-regional Hyperloop network could become a replacement for both short-haul passenger and cargo flights and traditional ground transportation, both of which are significant carbon producers.
One Hyperloop-connected distribution hub, perhaps at an airport that is predominantly used for international air freight, replacing maybe 10, 12, 15 distributed road hubs. It takes a lot of polluting and inefficient truck haulage off the roads. That itself means roads gain extra capacity.
Hyperloops will still need to use electricity to both move pods and maintain the near-vacuum environment in the tube. Proponents of the technology believe that this can be done by using renewable sources, including a combination of solar panels and battery technology that could be used along the Hyperloop itself. But even with all multipliers of time and carbon emission savings that a Hyperloop network may provide, the investment capital required to actually build such a network becomes even more economically and politically daunting.
Committing doesn't mean spending billions on day one. Committing means, how do we phase it?
One company in the Netherlands is working to develop that technology, and perhaps more importantly, the international coalition needed to make the Hyperloop network a reality.
So we are here in Europe's first full-scale Hyperloop test facility, where we can already prove every conceptual technology of the Hyperloop.
This is Tim Houter, a co-founder and CEO of Hart Hyperloop, headquartered in the city of Delft. And while this testing tube might not seem as large as others, inside is a key technology to create the on- and off-ramp type infrastructure of a Hyperloop network. That is, a lane switch.
That's something we can already test here. You can actually see it here, that the track is diverging from one track into two. That makes it possible to eventually split up the Hyperloop track in two sections. And in that sense, you can create a complete Hyperloop network that in the end will make it possible to travel, for example, over a whole continent. Take Europe, for example, with the same ease as you can now travel with a metro in a city.
The nice thing about this magnetic levitation system that we've developed is that there's absolutely zero moving components in the track. So for example, if you have to do a lane switch, all you do is that the tube basically splits up, and statically the tracks also split up. And whenever the vehicle enters a switch, it either pulls itself to the right with its magnets, or it pulls itself to the left with its magnets.
Lane switching on traditional rail requires the physical movement of the rail. Even modern magnetic levitation tracks use lane switching techniques in order to transfer trains from one track to another.
And this is a very crucial element, because this is the thing that limits the capacity and, in the end, the usefulness of the rail network. Because the moment that a track is switching, that means that at that moment you are creating an unsafe environment for the trains behind it. So you need a lot of space between trains. But in a Hyperloop, because you have no moving components in the track, all the vehicles can be much closer to each other. You can achieve a very high frequency and basically have your vehicles moving and merging in and out of the network very much like a highway.
For now, though, Hart's physical testing has been limited by the size of their tube. Because the test track is only 30 meters long, they haven't tested this lane switch at speeds greater than 20 kilometers per hour. However, the company is working to build a new test site where it plans to increase that testing speed to 300 kilometers per hour.
We're now in a phase where we have proven most of the most important technologies in the test facilities that we already have. And we have also demonstrated the viability and the feasibility of a network. If you look at all the subsystems that it consists of, most of those are proven systems, already demonstrated in lab conditions. So we don't really believe that The technology itself is going to be the biggest challenge.
Because for all Hyperloop companies out there, actually building a Hyperloop system requires more than just a good product.
We're talking about the safety aspects, we're talking about integration into the environment, we're talking about the social aspects. Do people feel comfortable traveling in such a system? So it's about all these different aspects, and the complexity is really getting all the different stakeholders that are relevant and that do need to contribute to bring this to market, to get them all following the same roadmap.
In order to help build this coalition of private and public interest in Hyperloop development, HART in 2018 partnered with other Hyperloop companies from Europe and Canada. The goal was to define, establish, and standardize the framework to regulate Hyperloop systems.
Right now we are working with all the Hyperloop developers together in setting up the first, let's say, structure for starting the standards drafting.
One of the most important goals for HART is interoperability, which is essentially making sure the different systems can communicate with each other.
Interoperability is so important because what we want to achieve is actually have this seamless travel experience. So you don't want to end up, for example, going from Madrid to Paris and then switching because you need to use a different technology to get, for example, to Amsterdam.
The idea being that as companies around Europe create the first commercial Hyperloop tracks between individual cities, one day those can all be connected to a larger network.
Everyone that believes that Hyperloop is a future transport system also realizes that there is a need to have this network because that's where Hyperloop thrives.
Hyperloop is such a huge project. It's definitely not something that you can do on your own or as a single company. So you need to do it with a lot of other companies. You need to have the governments. And I think in that sense, the biggest challenge that we've encountered is to really get all the required parties together to take the steps in development and in commercial implementation.
HART's next plan is to build the European Hyperloop Center, an open testing facility which will include a 2.6-kilometer test track. And the company hopes to test travel speeds there at up to 700 kilometers per hour. Virgin Hyperloop is also racing to construct the first commercial Hyperloop route, with projects in various states of development in India, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Recently, the company announced plans to build a Hyperloop certification center in West Virginia, which will include a 6-mile-long test track. Proving the technology here will be crucial if Hyperloop networks can find a home among infrastructure investments that the Biden administration hopes to make.
The idea that there's multiple Hyperloop companies, I think, is a redeeming aspect in the business. People really want to see something happen, so having multiple people move forward is good for that.
I was struck when Josh and Sarah rode the pod. 2 or 3 of the major outlets used the phrase, "We now have a new mode of transport." And although all of that technology had existed before those 2 human beings rode it, it was the moment at which those 2 human beings traveled that short distance down the tube that in popular imagination, Hyperloop became a mode of transport.
The metaphor I use with my team is that, the Wright brothers were first, but none of us fly on Wright Brothers Airlines anymore. If you don't continue to innovate, you're not going to be around, and so we'll continue to be at the forefront of building Hyperloop.
Back in 2013, Elon had an idea. I think the difference now in 2021 is some brilliant engineers have spent real time grinding out the details. And I thoroughly expect the next 3 to 5 years to be decisive.
This week, how hydrogen can transform our energy usage. We'll look at why the universe's most abundant element could be a game changer in the climate revolution.
Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space, on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes.
From iron ore to green hydrogen, one of Australia's richest men tells us about his pivot to sustainable energy.
Let's take action. It's practical, it's implementable. Let's do it now.
Plus, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utilities firm Snam about his new book and how green hydrogen could be competitive within 5 years.
Costs are coming down and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors.
From Bloomberg's global headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. It's a new year, so here at Bloomberg Green, we're highlighting new solutions in the fight against climate change. And one of those is as old as the universe itself, hydrogen. It's the simplest element around, but could well be a game changer when it comes to turning around our dependence on fossil fuels. Today, hydrogen is used in the chemicals industry to produce petroleum products. It's also starting to be used in steel production, an industry under a lot of pressure to decarbonize. But it has far more uses as well, from powering cars to heating our homes. And Bloomberg New Energy Finance sees a seismic shift in the sector in the next 10 years as green hydrogen squeezes out dirtier alternatives. So-called gray hydrogen dominates today. But as renewable electricity gets cheaper and more accessible, so will green hydrogen. In this week's edition of Bloomberg Green, we'll explore what this push into hydrogen means for tackling climate change. We'll hear from Australian billionaire Twiggy Forrest about his pivot from iron ore to hydrogen, and we'll also speak with the CEO of Italian utility company Snam about his book, The Hydrogen Revolution. But first, what are we using hydrogen for? And why does it actually matter? Christine Lee Edwards explains.
Hydrogen, the most plentiful element in the universe. On Earth, we find it mostly bonded to oxygen in the form of water, or in other gases known as hydrocarbons. Hydrogen gas, H2, burns hot and clean, making it an attractive tool in the race to net zero. But isolating hydrogen from other elements is no easy task. Today, the cheapest way to do this is via chemical processes that break up natural gas. This releases a lot of carbon dioxide. Another method is to use electricity to split water molecules in a process called electrolysis. Although there is no carbon byproduct, a lot of electricity is needed. And if this power comes from burning coal or gas, it negates the zero emissions goals of using hydrogen to begin with. Hydrogen produced in this way, powered by fossil fuels, is called gray hydrogen. If carbon capture and storage is used together with fossil fuels, then it becomes blue hydrogen. If nuclear power is used, it's called pink. And finally, green hydrogen is when it's produced via electrolysis and powered from renewable sources. This method is considered emissions-free. It's predicted that by the early 2030s, H2 made from renewables will be cheaper than that made from fossil fuels. But that hinges on the cost of electrolysis declining, which will be achieved through larger projects and an expansion of manufacturing. To be clear, vast amounts of H2 are already used today. Global production in 2018 totaled 117 million metric tons. This hydrogen is mostly used for its chemical properties, not as a source of energy, and very little of it is clean. Some sectors like steel could start using hydrogen for these chemical properties, replacing coal. Industries like cement and glass may also use hydrogen as a source of heat. Another advantage is its energy storage potential. It can be stored over long periods of time and used when more power needs to be added to the grid. It also could hold an advantage over batteries in heavy transport and shipping. The promise of hydrogen for energy has been around since at least 1874, when Jules Verne wrote about it in his book, The Mysterious Island. But the future of hydrogen will depend on policy. Countries with net zero targets, carbon pricing, and hydrogen strategies with investment mechanisms are likely to see the highest H2 demand.
That was Bloomberg's Christine Lee Edwards explaining what hydrogen means for the energy transition. But how are businesses approaching the sector? Well, one of Australia's richest men is making a big play into hydrogen. Andrew Forrest, better known as Twiggy, made his fortune from iron ore, being the chairman, former CEO, and major shareholder in Fortescue Metals, one of the world's biggest miners. But after having made over $10 billion in profit from the metal in the last fiscal year, Twiggy wants to transform Fortescue into a clean energy company. He's been scouring the planet in search of investment opportunities in hydrogen and renewables. The firm plans to allocate up to 10% of its annual profits for green energy investments and is exploring projects across the globe, from Indonesia to Argentina. Francine Lacqua caught up with Twiggy Forrest.
There's only one type of clean hydrogen, all the rest is dirty.
Yeah.
That is green. If you just say green hydrogen is clean, the rest is dirty, then you've actually nailed it. And, you know, anyone else who produces any other rubbish, any other argument, just look them in the eye and say, why is global warming accelerating if anything you're saying is true? And then you'll know, actually, it's greenwashing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of greenwashing because I keep on being told it's a transition. We can't just, make the transition at a click of a finger. So what are we doing wrong? What can we do better?
I don't remember the personal computer having to transition the typewriter. I really don't remember that. I don't remember the smartphone having to transition the pocket calculator and the old landline. You know, its transition line is complete rubbish. The lie got put to it 2 days ago when JCB, a really loved British company, every right for the country to be proud of JCB, and Fortescue, holding a bit of a similar reputation, fantastic track record, everyone's done super well from Fortescue, huge balance sheet, super strong. When those two companies got together and agreed a $79 billion US agreement per annum, right, then that's a real wake-up call to say, hang on, green hydrogen is obviously commercial now. You know, every other form of fossil fuel hydrogen, you know, it can compete with it on price, it can probably lose on price, but what we know, it is cooking the planet. And only green hydrogen, zero methane, zero carbon in the supply chain. Don't worry about the molecules in the supply chain.
But at the moment, we're not even phasing out coal, if you look at the G20 communique. So we have a long way to go to talk about only using green hydrogen.
Yeah, so look, I have a call, which I'd like to make now, that the world should not fund any more coal-fired power stations, coal mining projects, ever. We should wind them down as quickly as possible because they are cooking the planet just like grey and blue hydrogen is cooking the planet.
Yeah.
You know, hydrogen, which is not made from renewable electricity, is releasing 10 to 16 times more carbon, let alone the methane, which is worse, than it is hydrogen. So we've just got to stop doing things which are self-harming under the guise of greenwashing.
So why are leaders so slow? Even if you look at the appetite for ESG investments, they're growing exponentially, so are emissions. So where are we allocating capital?
Okay, so take the recent G20. There's probably a reason why there wasn't strong action coming out of the G20 because people were not aware that major transactions between large companies were taking place now on green hydrogen. That actually this pollution-free all the way to the supply chain fuel was now being transacted at multi-billion-dollar scale. If they'd known that, I don't believe any sovereign leader or any energy minister or climate change minister could not take ultra seriously that green hydrogen is now here to stay. It's broken through. History has been made. It will never go back.
Okay, what is the one thing that you would tell leaders today and business leaders? How do we transition faster than what we are now because we're at real risk of missing our targets?
Oh, so that's really simple. You stop funding, you stop subsidizing, you stop using money into fossil fuels. It could be carbon sequestration, it could be fuel rebates, it could be anything. Hundreds of billions of dollars getting ashed while we ash the planet on fossil fuel subsidies. Because we haven't had that renewable electricity, we haven't had that green hydrogen, we've kind of been pushed down. It's all sorts of excuses. Oh, it'll never be commercial. It'll never be supplied in the quantities we needed. You know, blah, blah, blah. Now we know, let's take action. It's practical. It's implementable. Let's do it now.
okay, if we do it now, is there going to be a shock to the energy system? Is there going to be a shock actually to economically? And is it worth, not talking about transition, just going from A to B?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. A to B is the solution. Let fossil fuels do what fossil fuels do. Just burn their coal, burn their oil, burn the gas. At least they're pumping up carbon and methane into the atmosphere, honestly. Well, not that honest, because they don't measure methane, which is 90 times worse than carbon. But at least the carbon is being done honestly. Encourage the green hydrogen sector to come in really fast. Okay, it's there. There's renewable power all over the world. We now know how to make electrolyzers much cheaper, like 25% of the original cost. We know how to do that now. We don't have an excuse to get into it.
Does it need to be cheaper than oil and fossil fuel for it to be viable worldwide?
Well, right now it is. Okay, so let's just swallow that bit of financial data. Right now it is cheaper, and it's getting more cheap. It's the only fuel you know
Mr.
which is declining in value.
You don't have enough of it, right, to power the world.
Yes, that's only because we haven't had policies to support it. If we had policies to support it 5-10 years ago, it would be everywhere. You'd see the global warming budget start to come down.
Yeah.
Now, we've got 5 or 10 years to make a huge difference. I need policy leaders all over the world to appreciate now, okay, big business is transacting with green hydrogen in multi-billion-dollar agreements. We now know it's here and it's here to stay. Let's spread it everywhere.
Coming up on the program, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utility firm Snam about his new book and why he thinks green hydrogen will be competitive in just 5 years. Plus, how are airlines working to become more sustainable? We'll look at how Airbus plans to step up in the climate fight. This is Bloomberg Green. From Bloomberg's World headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lines, and this is Bloomberg Green. What will the world look like in 2050? Will global temperatures have stabilized, electric vehicles be abundant, and solar and wind power homes around the world? According to Marco Alvera, the CEO of Italian energy company Snam, that vision of the future could be a reality. And he says that hydrogen will pave its way. As he tells it in his new book, The Hydrogen Revolution, Alvera's moment of reckoning came in November 2018 when he tasked the Snam Scenarios team with studying how Europe could reduce its CO2 emissions to zero by 2050. Looking through the results of the study, Alvera said he was struck by how much hydrogen was in Europe's energy mix by that year. Beyond the abundance of hydrogen, the SNAM model also predicted that it would be the cheapest form of decarbonized energy for many sectors, and that it could be cheaper than today's prices for oil, coal, and nuclear power. Our Maria Tadeo spoke with Alvera at COP26.
It's happening all very fast. We see the cost of hydrogen coming down a lot. Hydrogen will play a big role in the energy mix. I don't know if it's going to be 15 or 25% of a fully decarbonized energy system, but it's going to be big. Costs are coming down, and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors, so-called hard-to-abate sectors.
And you say it's the only way and the costs are coming down. Where do you see prices moving? Because a lot of the reticence at times has to do with the pricing, that some argue, well, it's still not the cheapest option on the market.
So when I was first working in hydrogen in 2004, it was costing $1,000 per megawatt hour. 2010, 600. Today, 100, and we see it going down to 50 in 5 years' time, and to going down to $25 per megawatt hour in the next 10 years or so, which is a quarter of where it is today. That's really because renewable energy, and we're talking green hydrogen here, renewable energy costs are falling, but the cost of making the electrolyzer, which is the kit that you use to convert solar or wind energy and water into hydrogen, the cost of this kit is falling a lot because it doesn't really exist on an industrial scale. So as we build up capacity, we industrialize it, we standardize it, and we squeeze costs out. That's really the cost trajectory.
And for that, of course, you need demand, however, for governments and also institutions to kind of buy into this idea that it is the future and we want to invest and create infrastructure. What are they telling you? When you speak to governments, when you speak to officials, are they keen on this?
They're very keen. So the Department of Energy shares our view in the States of getting to below $1 a kilo, which is $25 a megawatt hour. The European Union has a hydrogen strategy, which is very clear, and several member states have the same. Chile wants to export a lot of hydrogen. China's big on hydrogen. Australia is very big on hydrogen. Japan is blending already hydrogen. So I would say the world is now really focused on this because it's the only way to store energy for a long period of time economically is to convert it into either a liquid or a gas.
And of course, you talk about the price, but the other big component is the volume. You know, how big can you go? Where do you see that on a time scale?
So wherever it's sunny or windy, you can produce very cheap hydrogen eventually. And so compared to oil and gas, which are concentrated in few parts of the world, it's going to be very democratic from that point of view. So every sunny place, every desert, every ocean wind can be turned into hydrogen that we can put on ships, in pipes, and really start trading it around the world. So it's going to happen a lot faster than a lot of people think.
So, and when you say a lot faster, what is that in time?
As I said, $50, which is essentially oil parity within 5 years. And then, depending on how quickly we ramp it up after that, we could get to $25, which is coal parity before the end of the decade.
And in big scale.
In big scale, because once you get to coal parity, that's the only way we're going to get China and India to stop burning new coal. We have businesses in China and in India, and I see a lot of hydrogen development, a lot of renewable development in both countries. The India announcement was incredibly strong on 2030. Some people were upset about the 2017 net zero deadline, but when it comes to 30, he announced a big, big commitment to get to 50% renewables.
Were you surprised by it?
I was surprised that they would make it so explicit, and even the net zero is a big thing for them. And so I think it will happen faster than 2070 because of the falling cost of renewable and hydrogen. India's burning 80 gigawatt of oil, of diesel, to keep the lights on. So there's an immediate opportunity there, and we're very interested in working that country.
And with regards to China, perhaps the fact that we haven't really seen them active, I guess the diplomats are working on this, but we haven't really seen the leadership.
It's going to be technology, it's going to be industry. I think China has committed to a net zero, which is very important. At the G20, China was clearly behind the 1.5 degrees. So I think a lot has been achieved between the G20 and COP, and I think what's really important is to see in the coming years how quick. It's in our hands to make part of this happen in 5 years, or it could otherwise happen in 15, 20 years. It's about building the project. The capital is there. We saw how many trillions of dollars are already committed. What's missing is really the projects, and that's where companies like us step in.
Marco Alvera, CEO of SNAM there, speaking with our Maria Tadeo. Let's turn now to the aviation industry. It's a big contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions, and it's under pressure to change that. In October, the International Air Transport Association, a trade body representing airlines, approved a target of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. To achieve that, many airlines in the US and Europe are looking to buy sustainable aviation fuel made from renewable sources like used vegetable oil. Initiatives like these are pushing plane makers to come up with some radical new aircraft that will eventually cater to our growing appetite for travel without hurting the environment. We took a look at how Airbus, the world's #2 aircraft manufacturer, is stepping up to the challenge.
How long until we can fly emission-free? Airbus says it's more confident by the day it can be done by its 2035 target. Airbus's CEO spoke about its ambitions for hydrogen-powered planes at the company's summit in France.
The physics works. Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes. So every day we become more confident, but we think we need to have a plane, we need to have the right fuels, the hydrogen available in the right quantity at the right place at the right time, and we need the regulations to be ready. So we really need the work and the collaboration of many people around the globe to make it happen on time.
But it could be a long wait until green passenger jets go mainstream. Larger aircraft with more than 150 seats are not expected to feature globally until about 2050. That means manufacturers and airlines today are under growing pressure to ramp up short-term innovations to cut their carbon. In the long term, meeting the ambitious plans for so-called green hydrogen means building a giant industry almost from scratch. To make that happen, British airline EasyJet is among those saying governments need to get involved and fast. Aviation's emissions over the last 3 decades leading up to the pandemic grew by about 80% to over 1 gigaton, and that's projected to double by 2050. According to Bloomberg NEF, about half of the airlines with the largest global market share have set net zero targets by that same date, nearly 3 decades away.
Coming up, from blue sky projects to the bottom line. We'll speak with our Bloomberg NEF expert Meredith Annex and dig into their models about how hydrogen fits into the future energy mix. This is Bloomberg Green. From Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. Now let's bring in Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist, to talk more about how hydrogen could change the energy landscape. So Meredith, what place do you think hydrogen is likely to have in the future energy mix globally?
Hydrogen's this incredible solution for us as we look to decarbonize because it's a perfect solution in areas that are hard to electrify. So where we like to think about hydrogen playing a role, it's in things like heavy industry, especially where you need a feedstock as well as energy source. and in things like dispatchable power, long-haul transport, maybe even shipping and aviation.
That sounds great that it can be used for such diverse industries. At the end of the day, though, how much is this going to cost?
Well, that's the amazing thing about hydrogen, because depending on how you make it, it can actually see significant cost declines in the future. So when we're talking about clean hydrogen, we usually mean green hydrogen produced from renewable electricity. And in that case, your hydrogen is almost as cheap as the renewables that are used to make it. So if you're in a place with really good renewable resources, you'll be able to have cheaper hydrogen. But even in places with less good resources, we think that hydrogen can be cheaper than $1 per kilogram, which is the price of unabated hydrogen today, and around $8 per million BTUs for those who prefer to think in energy units. And that can be achieved anywhere in the world by 2050, we believe.
All right, so let's talk about kind of the pros and cons list. I don't know where cost fits into that, but what are the advantages to hydrogen over other renewables, and then what are the drawbacks?
Yeah, main advantage is the fact that hydrogen can serve roles that electrons struggle with. And that's things like seasonal storage, for instance, or just anything where you need storability, where electrons are harder to store, hydrogen is going to be easier. That also leads to a downside, though, because hydrogen is less energy dense than the usual things that we use for storable energy today, like coal or oil or natural gas. So you will need more volume of storage to handle the same amount of energy.
Let's talk about the viability as well and how it may differ in different geographies. What is your view on that?
Yeah. So for green hydrogen, again, from renewable electricity, really places with the best renewable resources, things like Latin America or the Middle East, even Southern Europe, have really, really good potential for producing hydrogen. And then when you're looking at blue hydrogen, which is produced from natural gas or coal with carbon capture and storage, we do see that becoming more expensive than green hydrogen in the future, especially as renewable electricity costs come down. But that can be a viable option in places like the US Gulf Coast or Russia, where you've got good geological storage for the carbon, as well as ample natural gas that's quite cheap.
All right, great breakdown. Thank you so much to our Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist. And of course, you can get more from the Bloomberg NEF team on the terminal and online. And they've recently done a podcast called Hydrogen 101 as part of its Switched On series. So from iron ore titans pivoting to cleaner energy to talk of a hydrogen revolution, that's it from this week's edition of Bloomberg Green. We'll be back next week with a deep dive into the state of electric vehicles. And you can keep the conversation going by following us on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter @Climate. I'm Kaylee Lyons from Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, and this is Bloomberg Green.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We're in the midst of a broad-based sell-off today with the S&P now at the lowest since March of 2021. And for all of this year, the S&P is now down by 15.7%. By comparison this year, the Dow is down 10.7%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 25.3% year to date. Today, we've got stocks moving lower on concern about the Fed's ability to tame decades-high inflation without throwing the economy into a recession. The S&P now down by 106, down 2.6%. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 464, down 1.4%. At one point today, the Dow was down more than 650. NASDAQ now lower by 455, down 3.75%. The 10-year's up 11/32, 10-year yield 3.08%. Spot gold down 1.4%, $18.57 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude now down 6%, down $6.61 a barrel to $103.16. A busy week ahead for economic data. Investors will be focused on inflation, specifically reports on producer prices Thursday, consumer prices on Wednesday. Mirat Panda is global market strategist at J.P. Morgan Investment Management.
We need to see a chorus of better data on inflation. It can't just be 1 or 2 points. Yes, we had some pretty good wage data out with the jobs report showing that things are moving in the right direction. But I think across the inflation report we're going to see this week, across wages, across supply chain issues, we're going to need to see some meaningful improvement, because that does mean that the Fed will have been on the right course and things are moving in the right direction.
Shares of Rivian Automotive are tanking as some early stakeholders are about to get their first chance to unload shares. Rivian down by 19.5%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
Yeah, it's a new week. We're a few hours into that Monday trade. I am so curious about what this week will bring to us. It is Monday, May 9th, 2022. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenovic live on YouTube, and we are in our interactive broker studio.
It's ugly out there. Stocks sliding again. Broad-based selling, Carol. Investors continue to question the Fed's ability to tame inflation and avoid a recession at the same time. Softish landing, stagflation? What's going on?
This is the tricky one, and we really, so many have not lived through this kind of environment, so, we're just not understanding maybe how it might play out ultimately. So with that in mind, we're going to get into everything that could go wrong in markets as the free money era ends. Keep in mind, we are going through a different market cycle.
Speaking of the end of an era, Goldman pulling out of working with most of the SPACs that it took public. We're going to explain in just a few.
Yeah, also last year's hottest IPO plummeting as some early investors are getting their first chance to unload shares. Today we are talking all things Rivian.
In the meantime, college students are raking in cash from their online brands as universities offer courses that teach brand building and negotiation tactics.
Where was that when I was in college?
Well, where was it when I was in college? I'm actually glad there was no social media when I was in college. We had Facebook. All right. We're going to also talk to Reggie Fils-Aimé. He's former president and CEO of Nintendo. He's got a new book out, Disrupting the Game from the Bronx to the Top of Nintendo. Looking forward to catching up on his story. First up, let's get to the Market Drivers Report. And let's set your Business Week agenda on another rough day, risk-off trade. Kriti Gupta, markets correspondent at Bloomberg, here in our broker studio, interactive broker studio. And then at the Atlanta Fed Conference in Amelia Island, Florida, is Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg News. First up, though, quickly, Kriti, set the tone today. It does feel like another risk-off trade.
Yeah, a sea of red, really, when you look at not just the stock market, but even the commodity market. And that really tells you that when there is that divergence, the story isn't necessarily inflation. The story is growth. And that's going to be a key part of the equation, because traditionally, if it's the inflation trade, commodities are that, or have been serving at least as that inflation hedge. Today, very much reacting to COVID lockdowns, but also, this gets a little nerdy, but stick with me here, Saudi Arabian OSPs, essentially the pricing they give to the rest of the world, it got cut, and not cut marginally, cut by a lot. Usually what they do is they'll send the broad benchmark price, and then you have a premium on that. So $9.35 was the premium. They cut it to $4.40. So it really tells you,
chopped in half.
Yeah, even more, I think. It speaks to just how much pain there is and how much they're expecting that growth slowdown from China.
In simple terms, they put it on sale.
Sort of, yeah.
Right?
Put it on sale.
All right, so Michael McKee, come on in on this conversation. You're talking with members of the Fed, various Fed bank presidents. Talk to us about those conversations.
Well, good morning, or good afternoon, rather, from Amelia Island. Tim said it was ugly out there in the markets. It's ugly out here. It's cloudy and rainy. So anybody who's
Hey, I thought you were in Florida, Mike.
Today. Yeah, I thought so, too. We're talking with Fed officials about what happened last week and where they see us going. Raphael Bostic, the president of the Atlanta Fed, who's the host of the conference here, saying he thinks that they can just do 50 basis points at the next couple of meetings and then see where things are at the time. Doesn't mean they're going to pause, but see where things are before they decide how aggressive they have to be going on from there. A lot of people, though, at the Hoover conference last Friday and at this conference today, thinking the Fed is going to have to do more than they anticipate. They're going to have to get the interest rate up above neutral, above 3%, maybe more than that, to try to bring down inflation.
Well, wonderful conversation that you did have with the Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic. Here's a little excerpt from it, everyone.
The first thing that is on my mind is that inflation is too high, and we need to act definitively and purposefully to try to get that under control. And I think if you look at what we've done so far in the last two meetings, we've really started that process.
So Raphael Bostic, the president of the Atlanta Fed, I love definitively and positively, but doesn't necessarily mean much more aggressively, right, Mike? Is kind of how we take it.
Yeah, as I said, he wants to go 50 basis points at the June meeting and 50 basis points at the July meeting, then he'll see. But he didn't have any enthusiasm for 75 basis points, and that seems to have been sort of a market creation. And the idea, he said, that going 50 basis points for the first time in 21 years and planning to do it another couple of times, the fact that people saw that as dovish is kind of weird.
Hey, Mike, very briefly, what else was being discussed at the meeting in order to get inflation under control? Because as Jay Powell told us last week, he reminded us the Fed's tools, well, they're blunt instruments.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot that they can do besides raising interest rates and try to bring demand down. Part of the problem is much of the inflation that we're seeing is supply-driven, and they can't really do anything about that. So they caution everything about their forecasts with if things develop as we expect or if things stay pretty much the same. But they know with COVID in China, we're going to see supply chain problems. We're going to see energy prices still rising with the war in Ukraine and some supply chain problems there. So they admit a lot could go wrong and they may have to change what they're doing, although they don't have a lot of options for what they can do.
Mike, Bostic is a hawk?
I think there's no distinction these days. Okay. Everybody's a hawk on inflation. We'll be talking with someone who is historically a hawk, Loretta Mester of the Cleveland Fed, tomorrow, and we'll see if she's any more willing to do any more than 50, willing to move any faster than that. But right now, everybody is focused almost entirely on inflation.
Mike, just quickly, because I want to squeeze Creedy in if we can, but based on the economic data, should we be worried about stagflation, that's kind of where we're going? Because that's what the markets seem to think.
Well, it's kind of hard to say with unemployment at 3.6, 3.5% that you're going to have stagflation. People can get jobs, their incomes are going up, the economy is growing. So the Fed's not really worried about that so much, but they are worried about the price level going up.
So Creedy, just got about 30 seconds left here. What are you going to be keeping your eye on this week in terms of market trends here?
Dollar strength all the way. I mean, it's been pushing up against a key technical level, March 2020, even going back to 2016. Does it surpass that? You start to see ramifications for euro-dollar parity. You start to see ramifications even for the commodity market. Everyone wants commodities. If the dollar is stronger, those commodities get more expensive.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And there's certainly an impact on all of those emerging markets and how they service their debt. Great startup for us guys on this Monday. Creedy Gupta, markets correspondent at Bloomberg, here in our Interactive Broker studio. And of course, Michael McKee, looking forward to more of his conversations with Fed presidents. He's international economics and policy correspondent, joining us from the Atlanta Fed Conference in Florida.
Well, from Florida to Washington, D.C. we go for a check of the latest world and national news with Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. The Biden administration says 20 internet companies will give free or low-cost high-speed broadband for almost 50 million low-income families.
High-speed internet is not a luxury any longer. It's a necessity. And that's why the bipartisan infrastructure law included $65 billion to make sure we expand access to broadband internet in every region of the country, urban, suburban, and rural.
Biden says 40% of Americans will likely qualify for the assistance program. Democrats are worried the Supreme Court will overturn Roe v. Wade, and the Biden administration plans to use that as political opportunity to salvage the midterm election. Bloomberg's Amy Morris has more.
If Roe v. Wade is overturned, President Biden will have a chance to convince abortion rights supporters that voting is the best way to channel their frustrations. An advisor tells Bloomberg News that the White House is betting the message will resonate with suburban women, minorities, and young voters. Since that draft decision was leaked, senior Biden advisors say they've seen a spike in engagement, anger, enthusiasm, and an increase in fundraising. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Tony Award nominations are out with 34 shows vying for awards in 26 categories.
I'm barely scraping by. My discontentment comes in many shades.
A Strange Loop leads the pack with 11 nominations, including Best New Musical. This year's Tony Awards will be handed out at Radio City Music Hall on June 12th. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. Nancy Lyons in our 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. If you head to Bloomberg.com right now, the story that's going to pop up is one that is so relevant to our time.
Homeowners are seeking roommates, Carol, to help pay their mortgages.
Yeah, buying a home may seem like a distant dream for many in today's cutthroat housing market. That is unless they're willing to share that dream with a roommate or two. Our Alice Cantor and Paulina Cachero writing this story, and they say with the average U.S. mortgage rates above 5% and home prices at record highs, home ownership feels increasingly out of reach, particularly for those young first-time home buyers.
Well, the practice has long been accepted in the UK and other European countries. It's now spreading to the US, where the number of buyers who considered renting out a portion of their homes for rental income, that rose to 31% in 2021 from 24%, 2 years earlier. That's according to real estate website Zillow's Consumer Housing Trends Report. Here's what I'll say about this. It's one thing.
You bought a home and you're renting out the bottom floor.
If we had floors in our home and lived in New York City, then I don't know if I'd be right here, okay? But the truth is I think a lot of first-time home buyers don't necessarily understand one of the advantages to owning a home is that if you have a fixed-rate mortgage, apart from taxes and common charges or HOA fees, your mortgage is not changing.
Right.
So hopefully throughout your life, you're getting raises. And if you do have a roommate to help pay the mortgage now, then maybe in a few years, when that interest payment is still the same, you will be making more money and you will be able to have that house to yourself.
Right, exactly, right. It's a way I see it actually, I think often in New York Metro where there's a lot of brownstones and multiple floor homes where people will buy something, but they rent out the bottom floor, they rent out the top floor so that it helps them in terms of servicing their mortgage. And maybe they do that for 5 years, maybe they do it for 10 or whatever, but it helps them in their ability to really afford that home. I see it all the time around here.
I'm still waiting to see, Carol, if higher mortgage rates, or when higher mortgage rates, maybe I should say, lead to a decline in the housing market.
My sister-in-law, Darlene, hello, Darlene, if you're listening, she works in the mortgage industry, and she, we've talked about how things have slowed down dramatically.
She's seeing it?
Yeah.
Does it affect home prices, though?
We will see, right? I mean, that has been a supply thing, but you do wonder whether it'll all come down, and this is what the Fed will be watching as well.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Fed angst persists on Wall Street, and the selling continues. Stocks on their way to the lowest level since March of last year, amid concern about the Federal Reserve's ability to tame inflationary spirals without throwing the economy into a recession. The equity market selling has pushed about 85% of the companies in the S&P 500 lower. Right now, the S&P is down 105 points, down 2.6%, extending its year-to-date loss now to 15.7%. NASDAQ today down another 447 points, down 3.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index is moving lower today as well. Right now, that is down by 3.3%. The Russell 2000 down by 3.8%. 10-year yield 3.07%. Spot gold down $27 the ounce to $18.56, a drop of 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 6.3%, $102.81 a barrel. So again, recapping, stocks lower across the board. Briefly, shares of Rivian Automotive are tanking as some early stakeholders are about to get their first chance to unload shares. Rivian plunging today by 18.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, appreciate that market update, Charlie. Another volatile day, another day where we're seeing broad-based selling. Well, over the next half hour, we're going to get to two of our most read stories on the Bloomberg. And the first one, it's about everything that could go wrong in the markets as the free money era ends. I mean, it's coming to an end. We're seeing it.
Yeah, and we're seeing that play out in markets right now. Let's get into it with Jack Pitcher, credit markets reporter for Bloomberg News. Jack joins us on the phone from here in New York City. So, Jack, you read about 4 indicators that keep Wall Street worrywarts on edge. I want to start with the upside-down bond market. Please explain.
Yeah, well, this is one of the most conventional indicators of a possible recession coming is the inverted yield curve. There's been a lot of debate about the merit of that and what it actually shows, but the facts show that when the yield curve inverts, we are very likely to see a recession within the next 6 to 18 months. That happened briefly in April. Things sort of regulated after that, but there's certainly a lot of eyes there. If the longer-term debt starts yielding less than short-term debt, that's going to sound some alarm bells for people.
Right. We talk about it that an inverted yield curve doesn't always cause a recession, but if you have a recession, you've got an inverted yield curve. So it all makes us a little nervous. It's something I feel like every time, we get closer, we hit it, we get a little nervous here. The thing that I find really important, and we've heard this where market observers have said, that, Jack, not necessarily to focus on the Fed raising rates, but focus on financial market conditions. And I feel like your number 2 point, disruption to the flow of credit, I think this is a big one, right? Because we've been in an era where companies could service their debt at no cost, low cost for a long time.
I mean, even companies with billions of dollars on their balance sheet were going out.
Right.
Because money was so cheap.
Right. So we talk about these balance sheets being so healthy. So talk to us about the flow of credit.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the most important thing people are watching as this tightening cycle begins. Companies have been able to borrow so easily for the last 2 years. They've had really no pushback from investors when they're trying to sell new debt. They've been able to dictate the terms, and they've been able to sell debt for very cheap rates. Now that the rate hikes are starting and there's a little more worry and alternatives on where you can put your money, we are already seeing new issuance slow down quite a bit. The last 2 weeks, investment-grade companies have had some trouble selling new bonds. A lot of them have opted to postpone sales because market has been so volatile, treasury yields have been volatile, and they don't know how much they're going to have to end up paying. For those top-rated companies, this isn't a huge concern yet about them losing access to credits. Those who want to pay up a little more than maybe they'd like to can definitely get a bond sale done right now. But everyone is going to be watching for if that starts to change. If the premiums they've got to pay over treasuries really start to spike like they did in the early days of the pandemic, that's a huge red flag. And if things start to break and companies can't borrow easily, that's what's going to start leading to defaults and some real pain.
All right. What about when it comes to the penalty for junk?
That's where we're really going to see the potential for defaults come in, is how much do junk-rated issuers have to pay compared to investment-grade issuers. As far as a metric people are watching, during most of the pandemic, that's been really low. You have barely been penalized for being a junk-rated issuer, and they were able to borrow a ton because of that. That gap has started to widen out. We talked to people kind of as far as looking at a level that would cause real concern about junk companies in general being able to borrow, and they identified kind of 4 percentage points as that red flag level. Bloomberg went back and looked at data for the last 20 years, and anytime the junk penalty has crossed that 4 percentage point level, there's been significant spikes in default rates in the year or two after that. So what's going to happen there is it gets so expensive for these junk-rated companies to borrow that they don't want to, or they can't get investors to lend to them in the bond market at all.
Right.
And defaults are not going to come soon because these companies have borrowed so much in the last 2 years. They've been able to push out maturities, and they've got some cash right now. But you get 2, 3, 4 years down the line when maturities are starting to come up. If they can't borrow easily, that will lead to defaults for the weakest companies especially.
Right. You do feel like that kind of post-pandemic or pandemic distress that we thought all would happen, like it's very possible we see it a few years down the line. Hey, one last thing, just got about 30 seconds. Short-term money markets cracking. Short-term market, always important. This has to do with being liquid and funding being very easy. And so when that starts to come undone, that's a real worry sign.
Yeah, we saw this happen back in 2019 briefly before the Fed last cut rates. But this one's kind of a wild card. Everything in short-term money markets, it's working right up until it's not. And we haven't seen the Fed tighten policy this aggressively in quite some time. So people are going to be watching all those indicators there to make sure banks have the financial plumbing they need to keep everything working well.
You gave us an incredible checklist for our audience to keep an eye on in terms of worries. Jack Pitcher, thank you so much. Credit markets reporter at Bloomberg News on the phone from New York City. Credit markets so key to keep an eye on.
Okay, if Jack said that the financial markets need the financial plumbing, who's the plumber if something gets clogged up?
Well, the Fed certainly can be an
right
assist.
Now, though?
It might be tricky, but I mean, if financial market conditions, there are certainly, we've seen it before, and this is why we'll be keeping an eye on it, because if things start to tighten, then everything slows down, and that's where it can get pretty ugly. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
So Rockstar just walked into the studio.
Srinatarajan
It's not
is
a joke here.
No, he's really a rock star.
He is. No, you
not
know,
a,
like
not
a
a
horse walked
DJ.
into
He's
a
not a
bar.
DJ. He's a rock star.
You know, a horse walked into a bar.
Yeah, but we got Sri here.
I know, a rock star walked into the studio. All right, we're going to get to it. We're going to talk about Goldman in just a moment. It's among the most read stories on the Bloomberg. First up, though, back to the markets and the selling and all that stuff. Here is Charlie Pellet.
All right, hi, thank you very much. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining stocks at their lowest level since March of last year. Familiar themes for investors, ongoing concerns about the Fed's ability to tame inflationary spirals without throwing the economy into a recession. 10-year yield right now, 3.07%. The S&P down 119, a drop of 2.9%. The Dow down 564, a decline of 1.7%. NASDAQ down 492 right now, down by 4%. The NASDAQ 100 index also lower right now. We have got that index down now by 3.75%. Broad-based selling with the Russell 2000 down 4.2%. Again, the 10-year yield 3.07%. Spot gold down 1.4% right now, $18.56 the ounce. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is highlighting continued dangers to the global economy from Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the pandemic. This in prepared remarks to be delivered tomorrow to lawmakers in an annual financial risk report. Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta President Raphael Bostic says he favors policymakers continuing to raise rates by half-point increments rather than doing anything larger. He made the comment this morning in an interview right here on Bloomberg Radio with our Michael McKee.
When I think about our policy, the first thing that is on my mind is that inflation is too high. And we need to act definitively and purposefully to try to get that under control. And I think if you look at what we've done so far in the last two meetings, we really started that process. For me, 50 basis points from over the last 20 years, is already a pretty aggressive move. I don't think we need to be moving even more aggressively. I think we can stay at this pace and this cadence and really see how the markets evolve.
Philip Morris International is in talks to buy Swedish Match. It is a maker of smokeless tobacco products. Both say talks are ongoing and there is no certainty that an offer will be made. Philip Morris International sells the Marlboro brand outside the U.S. Shares up right now by 2.4%. Recapping a Monday swoon for U.S. stocks, S&P down 120, down 2.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. That update on the markets. We appreciate from Charlie Pellet. Hey, among our most read on the Bloomberg, this has to do with Goldman Sachs pulling out of most SPACs over the threat of liability.
Yeah, this story, an exclusive by Sridhar Natarajan and Ruth David. Sri's with us now. He's finance reporter at Bloomberg News. He's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So, Sri, is this the end of SPACs, at least in this cycle?
It certainly feels like a big blow for a market that was already hobbling, even before conversations about these new SEC guidelines, which came into effect, or which were disclosed late March. You did know that there were a lot of activists and even regulators who were not that thrilled with the SPAC market. On top of that, you had souring markets in general, and a lot of the companies that did de-SPAC, that did merge with a blank check company, their performance in the public market had been pretty I'm trying to find a polite
miserable.
I mean, we're talking declines of 70% as of last week.
Look at DraftKings, one of the biggest companies to go public via SPAC, and if I'm not mistaken, I saw a stat over the weekend that said it was the biggest decliner of any company out there with a market cap of more than $10 billion, to the tune of 80%, I believe. So
it's down another 14% today.
There clearly were problems. New SPAC issuance is ground to a halt. But what we're talking about today is a bank like Goldman Sachs, which was the second largest underwriter of these SPACs, taking the decision that it is not going to be involved even with any of the current SPACs already out there.
And is that typical?
That's not typical. Banks that normally do the underwriting for a SPAC take it public.
Typical to stay, working with them.
Right. No, you normally take them public through, take the blank check company public,
right.
Raise a pot of cash, find a target, help with the merger, help with the de-SPAC, and that counts as the entire process. And that's how it normally pans out. It might be two separate mandates, but you usually stick with the bank. And if it is Goldman Sachs, you tend to stick with Goldman Sachs. The fact that they're pulling out of it means the pool of current SPACs, and we all know that in the last 18 months, SPACs have been the hottest toy on Wall Street. There is a lot of money floating around in these SPACs looking for targets. If other tier one banks pull out of this could mean that these guys will have some trouble in finding their way to the exit door. They could very well say, we don't need a top-notch advisor, but go with a tier 2 or tier 3 bank in a down market when not a lot of people are interested in even funding those pipes that come along with the SPACs to actually pull off the merger. Then you're talking about a market that could pretty much be dead for the foreseeable future.
What's the threat of liability? Explain that for us.
The SEC came out with guidelines. They came out with these proposed rules, but there is a part of it that, at least it seems according to some bankers, they believe it's their reiteration of existing rules where they think, and their understanding, that's what they're telling banks, that you as an underwriter who helps take a SPAC public will have liability on the future targeted return and the financial statements that the targeted company provides in order to convince shareholders it is a good merger to merge with that blank check company. You better have done your due diligence on it. You better be willing to stand behind your fairness opinion on it. You better be able to do all the work that you would do in a typical IPO and perhaps a little more to be sure that you are safe when angry shareholders come calling. The thing we know about SPACs is it was an easy way to go around the traditional IPO process, help raise cash, and then get a company public without having all that scrutiny and attention and focus on it. The SEC is saying, nah, that does not work that way.
So now that Goldman Sachs has made this move, do we expect other banks to follow suit?
I would have to imagine. We've already heard of some other big banks saying that they're going to be scaling back, but a lot of these people are having conversations with current SPACs saying, sorry, we can't be involved with the de-SPAC, which is the part of the transaction where you find a merger, where you find a target company, merge with them, and then it trades under that name. We don't want to be involved with that because of the SEC guidelines. A lot of people in the market are spooked by it, and that is scaring them away.
She just got about 30 seconds or so. So this oversight or this increased regulatory oversight, potentially, does this mean the end of SPACs or the end of SPACs as we've known it? Because it's gone through, right? We know SPACs have gone through multiple cycles.
It's gone through multiple cycles. There's nothing like the boom it had seen in the last 2 years.
Okay.
Will we ever see anything close to that? Not in the foreseeable future, and definitely not till Gary Gensler's around in its current shape.
Unbelievable. This is among our most read stories and really makes you kind of stop and think, especially amid all the volatility we're seeing to see Goldman do this. Sri, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Sri Natarajan, he is finance reporter at Bloomberg News here in our Interactive Broker studio. Just, it's one of those other facets as we look at the market environment.
Really emblematic of the day, though.
Absolutely.
In the market environment.
We'll see who else follows suit. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Radio. Let's get to world and national news. Over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Carol. Russian President Vladimir Putin is blaming the West for Moscow's military action in Ukraine. During today's traditional military parade on Red Square marking the World War II victory over the Nazis, Putin drew parallels between the two military actions. He says the operation in Ukraine was needed to ward off potential aggression from the West. On Capitol Hill, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer plans to take a key step today that would set up a vote this week on protecting abortion rights nationwide. Bloomberg Government's Emily Wilkins reports the Biden administration plans to keep the issue front and center with voters.
They're planning to stage events with advocates, with healthcare providers, state officials to really highlight the issue. According to a Biden advisor, they're also looking at the possibility of providing aid for women who want to travel between states.
Bloomberg Government's Emily Wilkins. Well, there's new research into the Omicron variant that may be different from what public health experts have said before.
Researchers at Harvard Medical School have found Omicron is just as severe as prior variants and not just more transmissible. According According to Reuters, that finding is based on 130,000 COVID patient records in Massachusetts. Researchers say it shows the importance of vaccinations and boosters. They say that is what reined in hospitalization and death rates during the Omicron wave. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
BioNTech, that makes a COVID-19 vaccine with Pfizer, saw sales higher than expected in the first quarter. The company says it's now looking into the next COVID-19 vaccines, including maybe one adapted for the Omicron variant. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. Carol Masser, along with Tim Stenovic in our Interactive Broker studio at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. So our team certainly, and Charlie Pellet, following the selling that we were seeing across the board, but tech in particular. And one name we wanted to highlight is Palantir Technologies. It is hovering near its lows of the session, down more than 22%.
Yeah, its biggest intraday drop since September of 2020, all because the software maker reported mounting losses and a disappointing sales forecast. Carol, I've seen a lot of this play out on Twitter over the last few days. And we saw this with the leaked memo from Uber as well over the weekend about, we can debate about what matters to when it comes to fundamental analysis. But the fact of the matter is over the last 2 years, a lot of the high-flying tech companies have not been valued based on earnings. They've been valued based on sales, top line.
Right, exactly.
And that era really seems to be coming to an end.
Yeah, right. Investors would pay up for that because of that
Future
higher
profits.
Top line, exactly, and excited about the growth that they're seeing, but as everything slows down. Well, Palantir Technologies, and keep in mind, of course, the company founded by Peter Thiel, it's his single biggest equity position plummeting, as we just said, and that slump erasing about $270 million from the value of Peter Thiel's stake. So far this year, he's shed roughly 19% of his net worth, now valued still at $7.4 billion, a little perspective, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index.
Along with Alex Karp and others, Peter Thiel co-founded the Denver-based software maker. It specializes in data analytics. It's known for its work supporting national defense and government entities. The company does expect government revenue to increase this year against a backdrop of rising global conflict and risk.
It's interesting. This is certainly a big investment theme of our time. And on the conference call today with analysts, the CEO Karp emphasized the threat of nuclear war. That didn't do much to blunt a sell-off.
Wow, that's scary.
Yeah. So you do wonder. It's if we go into a slowdown, a recession, how long, how deep, and what does this mean in terms of companies, in terms of cutbacks ultimately?
But I do think emblematic of the changing way investors are viewing profit and loss.
Absolutely. This is Bloomberg.
events, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are getting pummeled in a broad-based sell-off today. We have got the S&P now down by 105 points, down 2.6%. The Dow is down 448, down 1.4%, while NASDAQ is down 450, a decline now of 3.7%. 10 years up 12.30 seconds, 10-year yield 3.07%. Spot gold down 1.5%, 18.55 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 6.4%, now 102.78 a barrel. S&P 500 pushing toward its lowest level since March of 2021. Among some of the companies reporting earnings after the close of trading today, we will be hearing from game maker Zynga. Its shares down now by 4.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic, live in our Interactive Broker studio. And in the current issue of Bloomberg Business Week, now on newsstands, online, and of course on the Bloomberg, the biotech company that is backed by Google Ventures, and it went public last June, and it is really working, Tim, to put an end to heart attacks by editing human DNA. And you know who's an investor?
Kathy Wood.
Yeah, of ARC.
That makes sense.
Just saying.
Carol and I read this story. We're like,
like,
wait, this sounds like Kathy Wood. And sure enough, she does own the stock. The story written by Angelica Peebles, healthcare reporter for Bloomberg News. She joins us on the phone from Boston. Her story is featured in the current issue of Business Week magazine. It's available on newsstands on the Bloomberg and at bloomberg.com/businessweek. Joel Weber is the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. He joins us now on the Access line from Brooklyn. Joel, how exactly does Verve Therapeutics target these genes to help prevent, hopefully, and this is hopefully, prevent heart attacks?
So this is a line of healthcare known as therapeutics. And the promise of therapeutics is that if you could have the right thing in a shot and charged a lot of money for it, maybe it could be, change the genes and DNA composition that is, potentially problematic diseases, and that you effectively could have a one-shot cure. The cost of those cures is sort of what raises eyebrows, because it could cost $25,000 on up into hundreds of thousands for some rare diseases. What caught my attention and our attention about Angelica's story here, though, was a heart attack thing, because wow, you think about how prevalent heart attacks are in America, especially, but abroad as well. And you may really have something, that looks like a case study that you could set out to solve. So Angelica, who's behind Verve and, this whole idea of therapeutics and one shot? Where are they exactly in the product's development?
Verve is very early. They have started testing this idea in monkeys, and later this year they'll start testing it in humans. So it could be years before we really know whether this works or not. But what has people so excited about this company is that the basis of the research has been, developed over years and years. And the CEO, Sekar Kathiresan, who is leading the company, it's his research from his lab at Harvard, where he discovered these genetic mutations that protected people from heart attacks. Basically, they had mutations that caused them to have such low levels of bad cholesterol that they almost never had heart attacks. And he thought, wow, if we could replicate that in regular, healthy, normal human beings, maybe we could protect millions of people from heart attacks.
How much money are we talking here, Angelica, for this type of treatment? Look, I know it's such early days, but healthcare is such a big cost.
Yeah, and that's what's super interesting, because we've seen gene therapies that are $2 million, and that's sort of become the norm, because typically these companies are going after diseases that don't have a whole lot of patients. And Verve is saying that because it's going after a disease that affects millions of patients, that something closer to the range of about $50,000 to $200,000 per patient is more of a fair starting point for them.
All right, so that's one aspect of it, right? The high cost of it. But I also do think about that this would be a permanent change to your DNA, and that's a big deal. And I do think about what's the regulatory oversight to get that happening, and what is it to get patients on board to do that?
Yeah, and that's something that I find really interesting. And the company will tell you, look, we have currently non-reversible treatments now, like a bypass surgery if you have clogged arteries or other more permanent changes. But this, of course, is different, right? We've seen so many people who are afraid of the COVID vaccines because they worry about the thought of someone changing their DNA, even though they don't do that. And here you have something that would actually change their DNA. And so the company is starting off with patients who have this type of a heart condition that is so serious that they have a genetic mutation and they have an extremely high risk of heart attack. So that's the first target. And the idea is that if you can prove there that it works, then gradually over time start broadening out to more and more, and people will feel more comfortable.
So who's behind this? Who are the scientists who are pushing and making Verve be what it is?
Yeah, the company's CEO, Sekar Kathiresan from Harvard, he is the main scientist. He left his career in academia at the Harvard University MIT Broad Institute, which is a very prestigious place. And so that alone raised a lot of eyebrows and caused at least people here in Boston, where I am, to take this company seriously, because it's not uncommon for scientists to found companies, but they typically serve as an advisor. But this was something that he felt so strongly about that this will have its best shot if I am here leading the company and overseeing it. And so he is really the driving force behind this.
And what about other noteworthy investors? I mean, we mentioned Kathy Wood at the top, who's obviously known for futuristic bets. Anybody else of note that is lined up already?
Yeah, so Google Ventures, they were the first backer. It's now called GV, but they helped work with Sake, the CEO, and some of the other co-founders to really get this idea from just an idea to a company. So they were the main backer, and they also have Arch Venture Partners. They are a big biotech investor, same with F Prime Capital. So it's sort of a who's who in the biotech world behind this company.
And what about therapeutics in general? Like if we're going after heart attacks with this application, what other kind of promising cures are out there that are in this one and done category?
Yeah, so this is a really exciting area, especially up here in Boston, where there's a lot of companies working on this, and one that people have their eye really close to, Intellia Therapeutics. They are going after a liver condition, and they were the first company to have data looking at using CRISPR inside the body. So, just giving someone an infusion, editing those genes, and actually the data, they're still early and in development, but hopefully curing some liver issues. And that's really the focus that we'll really see, is because it's an easy place to go. The science is way more advanced to start going after liver conditions or eye conditions, and that's where we're focused right now.
Well, certainly when we talk about disruption in healthcare, like this is that long-term play that I think so many are talking about, and it's going to take some time, but it does certainly feel like there's a lot of conversations around this. Angelica, thank you so much. Angelica Peebles, she is healthcare reporter at Bloomberg News on the phone from Boston. And of course, our thanks to Jill Weber, editor of Bloomberg Business Week magazine, on the Access line from Brooklyn. That story in the current issue of Bloomberg Business Week. You can find it on newsstands, online at Bloomberg.com, businessweek.com, and always on the Bloomberg terminal. Love talking about these kinds of things.
I do too, and I think about health insurance and to what extent health insurers, if it is successful, will want people to do this proactively, because even though it's a large upfront cost, think about how much less it is than care after an incident.
And does the cost come down eventually over time, as we see with so many different things? This is Bloomberg.
to the Close, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is Countdown to the Close. Just 60 minutes left in your trading session. Caroline Hyde, Romain Bostic, Taylor Riggs, joined now by our colleagues Carol Massa, Tim Stenovic, as we bring together a cross-platform TV, radio, YouTube to look at a dire day if you are along these markets. Tech feeling the pain.
Yeah, really tough to play any of the U.S. names. Even worse, if you look again once at those Chinese stocks that trade in the United States, down another 7% in today's session. They're down about 18% in the past 3 days. More bad news when it's real estate. You also had the Chinese premier talking about the employment situation grave in that country. So, you know, a major economy, Tim, continuing to be under pressure.
Yeah, speaking of under pressure, crypto continues to be under pressure. Bitcoin down for a fifth day in a row, down more than 10% as we speak. It's the worst day for Bitcoin since January. Right now, trading at levels last seen in July of last year. It's down more than 50% from those November highs, trading below 31,000.
If we get sub 30,000, you've wiped out all your gains since the beginning of 2021. Quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, we go cross benchmarks for you. S&P 500 up by 2.5%. That's another 100 points to the downside. That is the worst 3-day selling streak that you've seen since September of 2021. You're looking at the Dow Jones off by 1.26% at the moment, 400 points to the downside. But really, once again, simultaneously, the pain being felt in big tech, the NASDAQ off by 3.5%, but also your small caps, Russell 2000 off by 3.5%. Are we worried more about recession? We worried about inflation? A myriad of things currently to complain about.
All of that really folds into some of the individual sector level. For the day, energy is off 7.5%, now very much in the green for the year, but that sort of shows some of those demands, some of those recession risks, of course, out there. Technology as well, you're off 3.2%. Romain, it is a defensive market with utilities and staples, the key outperformers. Staples here, the only sector in the green, up 0.6%.
Yeah, I was looking at the stocks that were in the green, and it's like Clorox, Church & Dwight, Campbell's Soup, up 4%. I guess when the apocalypse comes, we're all going to need that chicken noodle soup with a soda on the side here. No one's going to Six Flags. In fact, I was looking at the Russell 1000. The longest losing streak right now that we're seeing in the Russell 1000 belongs to two companies, Six Flags and Bright Horizons, that's childcare company, both down on a 10-day losing streak. For Six Flags, that's the worst streak that we've seen going back to 2013, I believe. And I just want to point out, it's down 25% just over that 10-day stretch here. And when you go through all of the big names, whether it's the big names or the small names, you're seeing similar declines over a short, compressed period of time. And I think that has to be of some concern. When you see big name stocks down 10% over the course of 4, 5, or 6 sessions, that's a big deal. When you look at Netflix, which is down 70% to start the year, when you look at Apple, which right now is flirting right now with its 52-week low, not far off that, which I think is right around 147, 148 here. This is a big part of concern, and it feeds through into the sentiment. Guys, we were just talking a little bit a while ago about retail investors and the idea of what type of impact this has on their psychology. I guess we'll get back to that, but you want to talk yields, Taylor?
I want to talk selling pressure. Yeah, you, the other one. Romain, at the moment, when you are seeing, I'm back, and I'm trying to get a word in edgeways. No, but when you see like retail investor, let's talk about so-called sophisticated investor. Let's talk about the tick, which of course is currently really showing you the breadth of selling. The pressure was real this morning. I mean, at the moment, we saw the biggest selling pressure on the tick index. So how many more were pushing lower rather than higher since September? So clearly there was a real desire to once again get short this market, to be exiting your longs, and we really are therefore perhaps though flushing out some of these bears. Does this eventually lead to some sort of dip buying?
Well, and that's a good question. And we wonder how all of the Fed speakers this week will help in maybe figuring that out for investors. So we do have a lot of Fed speakers. And our own Mike McKee at the Atlanta Fed conference out there in Florida, he caught up with Federal Reserve Bank President of Atlanta, President Raphael Bostic, who says inflation's too high. He says the Fed needs to act definitively and purposefully. Let's get that out there. Here's what that specifically means. Check it out.
50 basis points from over the last 20 years, is already a pretty aggressive move. I don't think we need to be moving even more aggressively. I think we can stay at this pace and this cadence and really see how the markets evolve.
All right, so purposefully means not 75 basis points, but 50 basis points. Of course, that's Raphael Bostic catching up. What?
Is this really about, I mean, I'm talking about the equity sell-off and really the cross-asset sell-off, we should say here. Is this now really about the Fed and whether they do 50 or 75 or anything in between? Or is this more about some of the broader macro conditions that the Fed itself now seems to be admitting that it doesn't necessarily have full control over?
Well, a bit of both. Is it also about China? The perfect storm that is a slowdown there is about the perfect storm when you do have inflationary pressures, about a consumer that's then pulling back. The market breathed its sigh of relief, didn't it, last week? That 75 basis points was off the table. And now it feels as though, oh, we go the other way, and we're worried that they just can't get their heads and wrap around what is a significant inflationary pressure.
I think just a huge regime shift. I think it sort of started as we're trying to revalue with higher rates what these markets are worth. And I think sort of underway, Tim, thinking of we aren't going to reward companies if you're not profitable, and sort of a total shift in the way that we're thinking about these markets and these long duration assets.
I mean, Romaine, you like to point fun at calling earnings when they're not actually earnings, when they're results. But the fact of the matter is, over the last couple of years,
but
over the last couple of years, companies have been valued on sales rather than on the bottom line, and we are finally starting to see investors punish companies for that.
But there's still profitability, right? It's just not as strong, and it's just not as strong as it's been. And the revenue, the top line, like Mike McKee kind of reminded us, he goes, listen, we still have a very tight labor market. And so this is where we've got to figure out,
this is good, Carol. This is like the first time we've agreed. Because I do think, when I hear people talk about the lack of profitability, I guess it depends on what you're looking at here. There is a whole cohort of companies getting sold off here that are still profitable, still generating a ton of cash. And you sort of wonder, what are people trying to value with those companies? I understand the companies that have no E at all, why they're getting sold off.
But there's still a lot of companies that do have E, right? And they still have top line growth as well. And so this is what I think part of the problem is, right, Caroline, like the predictability. And we still don't know if we get a recession. There's not a consensus completely on that, despite us talking a lot about it. If we get it, how long is it? How deep is it? I guess a lot of questions. And that's why I think investors are a little freaked out about.
And the resilience of a consumer. When you're looking at Tyson raising revenue, saying beef, chicken prices are surging, but thus far the consumer's still buying it. I spoke to the Coty CEO a little bit earlier. You can substitute. If you're going to be affording a $40 piece of makeup, you're probably going to go to $42. If you're going to go for a lower and cheaper one, they've got the right sort of substitution. It's really interesting which companies are going to be able to weather this, and also really how resilient the consumer ends up being.
Good fundamentals. Carol, we think about some of the technicals, trying to hold on to 4,000 here. We were talking earlier that 3,800 on the S&P is another key technical level as you're facing a third day of some significant sell-offs.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of inflation the consumer's facing. We get that CPI print a little bit later on this week. All right, guys, we're going to be back in less than an hour's time. Our market conversation, cross-platform on radio, TV, and YouTube will continue. We'll count you down to the close on this Monday.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
You are listening to Bloomberg Radio in our Interactive Broker studio. Can I just say I'm already exhausted? This is going to be a rough week.
It's only Tuesday. Just kidding. It's Monday. You've got 4 more days of this, and our show's not even done. Hey, I wanted to talk a little bit about among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal, Carol.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, say it.
9 out of the top 10 stories in the past 8 hours on the Bloomberg, all are market related or some aspect of the financial markets.
Well, look at the way that we're seeing notes from the biggest banks coming out and sort of trying to make sense of what's happening with this sell-off. So Goldman Sachs Group strategists are trying to figure out what stock returns look like in the near future and in the long-term future. Here's what they wrote earlier today. The best case scenario for the economy and eventually for equity prices probably involves continued period of constrained equity market returns. That's according to the strategist led by David Kostin in a note to clients. Reminds me of our conversation last week with Chris Ailman of CalSTRS, who said we need to moderate our return expectations for the next decade. We pushed him a little on that. He said maybe to 2029.
Right. Well, and that's still returns.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's returns.
Right. So,
this is getting to what Romaine. It's not negative returns.
This is what Romaine was saying, and Gina Martin Adams always reminds us that, yep, maybe the earnings growth, maybe not the revenue growth is going to be as strong and significant. But as long as still companies are producing earnings and revenue growth, that certainly just maybe means it's a revaluation of how much investors are willing to pay for some of these names.
Where's the bottom?
It gets to Alan Patricof, right? Netflix. Do you think it's going to completely go away?
No, but investors are sending it down another 4% today.
I know.
From our conversation on Friday.
But is there value in those hundreds of millions of subscribers?
And the billions in revenue.
And billions in revenue. That's where you have to kind of look at these things. So a lot still has to shake out, certainly, in our markets. We're which gives us a lot to cover. This is Bloomberg.
Let's get to world and national news now with Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey there, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. In today's Victory Day speech, Russian President Vladimir Putin did not say anything about widening the current war, but Ukraine's Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Ihor Jakova, takes little comfort in Putin's words.
We see the intensive attacks in the Donbass. We see the intensive attacks in the south. We see still bombings and shelling of Ukrainian cities and towns. So no, it's far away from what you call de-escalation.
Ihor Jakova with President Volodymyr Zelensky's office spoke with Bloomberg Television. President Biden is signing a bill to enable long-term U.S. military aid to Ukraine while sanctions keep raising the cost of war to the Russian economy.
The impact of the U.S. and allied sanctions was described by Deputy Treasury Secretary Wally Adeyemo in a Bloomberg interview.
The two top tank makers in Russia aren't functioning because they can't get access to the goods and the services they need to do the work that they're doing. We're going to continue to put pressure on their financial system. We're going to go after their military industrialized complex so they can't destabilize the region and the world.
Adeyemo said the threat of losing access to the U.S. financial system is deterring sanction evasion in countries that are not part of the Western alliance. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
The man behind the wheel of the car that barreled through crowds of pedestrians in New York City's Times Square is finally on trial 5 years later. Opening arguments are underway in the trial of Richard Rojas, who is accused of killing a woman and injuring 22 others. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you so much, Nancy Lyons, in our DC newsroom and bureau. So watching shares of everything today. Twitter, though, down another 3.25% in today's session.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. It's falling after Hindenburg Research sees risk of repricing. And here's why I say it's an interesting one, Carol. Remember, this is a stock that's supposed to be bought at $54.20 a share. That's the price that Elon Musk and company have put up for it.
Right.
It hasn't reached that price since Elon made the offer, but it's falling as much as 4.1% today after Hindenburg Research said that it sees significant risk that Elon Musk's proposed offer to buy Twitter for $44 billion gets repriced lower. We should note that Hindenburg Research is a research firm that focuses on activist short selling.
Yeah, so the billionaire disclosed, we know, the offer on April 14th to buy Twitter for $54.20 a share, take it public. Initially, there was some skepticism over whether he could come up with the cash equity to fund the purchase. About 10 days later, Elon Musk outlined his financing plans and the board agreed to the offer. Hindenburg analysts, though, saying that, quote, multiple developments have weakened the company's position since then, quote, threatening the current deal dynamic. Hindenburg, by the way, it is short Twitter shares.
I'm trying to pull up Elon Musk's tweets about this because he replied to a tweet. I think he said, I hope everyone has a good day. But don't quote me on that because one of my frustrations with Twitter is in order to read Elon Musk's tweet, I have to sign into my Twitter account, which I'm not going to do right now while I'm on the air because I'm busy talking to everybody. But Elon Musk has already engaged. He's already engaged on this. You have to go to tweets and replies. He did reply to something that he did reply to this earlier after this article came out. So he's been active on the platform today. We should note that the company did say, we believe if Elon Musk's bid for Twitter disappeared tomorrow, Twitter's equity would fall by 50% from current levels. That's what Hindenburg Research wrote. Consequently, we see significant risk that the deal gets repriced lower.
And I will point out the percentage of float, of Twitter float that is being shorted right now is about 5%. So not terribly high.
Wish I could read these tweets without having to sign in.
I'm actually signed in, but I'm trying to find, you said it's a retweet?
Well, it's a tweet and replies. That's how Elon tweets mostly these days. He's replying to tweets.
All right, well, we'll get there. Anyway.
Fix it, Elon.
Watching this, but they didn't say the deal would not happen.
That's true.
Just repriced. We shall see. This is Bloomberg.
facts, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got a widespread rout underway. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ bouncing off the bottom. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is with the Monday edition, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks under pressure again today. The Dow is currently down 400 points. S&P's drop 100. NASDAQ is lower by 424 points. The U.S. 10-year yield at 3.07%. Gold is down 29. Oil is sinking. And Bitcoin is plunging 10%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only consumer staples was in the green. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, 3M, Amgen, and Home Depot, while Boeing fell 9% and led to the downside. In deal news, Philip Morris is in talks to buy Swedish Match. In other news, Rivian fell as much as 20% as its IPO lockup expired. Wrapping things up, some of the names pointing after the bell tonight include AMC and Microchip Technology. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg's, type Squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We're going to stay with the markets, another particular name on our radar. And I got to say, Tim, nothing like the expiration of a lockup in a volatile market environment to send a stock into a tailspin and then add on top of that of being last year's hottest IPO. It's like perfect storm for potentially coming undone.
Well, don't forget about, one of your biggest investors also reportedly selling shares too. That's going to be a big deal.
Yeah. All right. So we're talking about Rivian Automotive, which is tanking more than 20%. Some early stakeholders getting out, or at least getting their first chance to unload shares today. Bloomberg West Coast correspondent Ed Ludlow joining us from our Bloomberg 960 studio in San Francisco. It's a rough day on so many different fronts. Lay out Rivian for us, Ed.
Yeah. I mean, the mechanics of it are as follows. The lockup expired Sunday night. Prior to the lockup, the float was around 182 million shares. In other words, 182 million shares that can be publicly traded, freely traded, bought and sold. As soon as the lockup expires, 720 million shares became available to sell, essentially, to trade. And, that's just math. You're flooding the market with available shares.
I believe when you were growing up, you called it maths, Ed.
I called it math. And the thing is, a lot of these investors, they've held the private stake well before the IPO took place. It's a liquidity event for them, but there's kind of some confusion, like Ford selling some of its overall stake when the shares are just really depressed from where they were at the IPO. It's, from what I'm hearing from insiders, it doesn't make a lot of sense to some people.
Okay, well, I think some people who might be watching right now may be thinking to themselves, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense that Ford was an investor to begin with. Let's talk about
you're
that
talking
part
about You're talking about frenemies.
Exactly.
This idea of, right.
Yeah, so talk a little bit about that, because you joined us on Quick Take Stock earlier and gave a great description of frenemies in this case.
So initially, Ford invested privately in Rivian, and the idea was that it would leverage Rivian's technology to jointly develop a vehicle. It was kind of a hedge, right, at a time where Ford's strategy for electrification wasn't clear. But with time, Ford was not only Rivian's fourth largest investor following the IPO, they're direct competitors. You know, Rivian has a battery electric truck. Ford is coming out with a battery electric truck, the F-150 Lightning. Rivian has an electric delivery van. Ford has an electric delivery van. So they're in this kind of awkward situation where they're the fourth largest shareholder. They still have 94 million shares if the reports of them selling 8 million shares are correct. And yet their products compete for consumer attention.
Yeah, which is why we're watching this so close. Listen, it's like the tech community, right? Like people who are competitors all, you know, become friends because it's just kind of how it all works. What do we know about Amazon, right?
So I've asked Amazon, and Amazon would not comment on what they'll do with the shares. I'm hearing from insiders at Rivian that they're confident Amazon won't sell down its stake. In fact, you know, some people have suggested to me they might use this kind of depression in the stock to buy. It's a good time to buy. But what Amazon said in a statement is that they fully committed to Rivian as a partner. Remember, Amazon ordered 100,000 delivery vans from Rivian. So they are the second largest shareholder, but also a key customer for Rivian, and that's a different kind of relationship. The opposite of frenemy.
Ed, Rivian shares down 20% as we speak today. How's Rivian's business doing?
So it's interesting because, the honeymoon period following the IPO in November is over, right? They got slapped in the face with reality, and the supply chain problems that are hitting all corners of corporate America hit Rivian hard. They say they'll build 25,000 vehicles this year. There was pretty significantly below where the street expected them to land for their first full year of production. Their factory, which is in Normal, Illinois, on paper is capable of building 50,000 a year, but they're struggling. Why? They can't get enough semiconductors. They can't get enough raw materials through the door. And because even though they have this kind of monster financial backing and balance sheet, they're still a small player. And because they're a small player, they don't have their ability to go to their supply chain and demand the components that, say, a Ford or a GM or a Tesla can, because they're building at much larger scale.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Right at its peak, $172 a share, and today it's at
Right.
23 even. Ed, does anybody out there say, hey, this is a Tesla-like play? And there were a lot of naysayers on Tesla in the early days.
Yeah. I mean, Bloomberg Intelligence on the Bloomberg Terminal have great research saying that you look at what's happening with Rivian stock, you try and draw a parallel with what happened with Tesla, say 2017 to present day, and it just seems like investors have run out of patience. They're not willing to go through the rough ride with Rivian for years of kind of losses and ramping up production and the investment that's needed. They want to see results right now, and unfortunately, when you launch an EV product and you ramp production in real terms in a factory with real people and real robots, it just doesn't work like that. So investors seem to have lost patience.
But Ed, it's also a different world these days, right? In 2022, you have Ford investing billions of dollars, GM investing billions of dollars. Look what VW is doing for the electric car transition that they're trying to do.
I think as I speak to investors who are active in this area, there's no longer just one game in town, right? It just used to be Tesla. If you wanted to invest in the pure play EV name, it was Tesla. Now you have options, and you have to assess who seizes market share. Does Tesla lose market share to the legacy names like GM or Volkswagen in Europe? Or is someone like a Rivian a good bet because they're making a pickup truck?
Right.
It's a kind of style of car that Americans love. They're doing it ahead of anyone else right now.
Hey, we also want to point out that you've got a story that broke just about an hour or so ago. The third largest shareholder of Rivian saying it has no plans to sell down its stake in Rivian, and I guess they have about 114 million shares. Just 15 seconds. Anything we should know?
Yeah. This is a big Saudi conglomerate, early investor, third largest shareholder. They told me they won't be selling their shares. We put the headlines on the Bloomberg, and the stock is still down 20%.
Yeah, it's getting hammered. All right, Ed, you are incredible. Ed Ludlow, West Coast correspondent, Bloomberg News, from our 960 studio in San Francisco. About Rivian shares, man, really one of the big decliners. That stock is down about 20%. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We're seeing selling accelerate, at least another leg down here, although looks like maybe we're at our worst levels, but we'll get to Charlie in just a moment. Coming up, though, we're going to get to some students.
This is fun.
At Duke University. Yeah, totally fun.
Social media class.
They seem
Did
to
you
be-
take social media class in college, Carol?
I did not.
Yeah, neither did I.
I was kind of traditional media.
Well, it's time to go back to school and, make $5,000 per post.
Sign me up.
Okay.
All right, first up, let's get to that market day and market selling. Here is Charlie Pellet.
I thank you very much. And right now we are posting losses for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ with 28 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. As Carol mentioned, session lows, I'll call it. We've got the S&P down now by 126 points, a drop right now of 3.1%. The Dow down 600 points now, down 1.8%. Low of the day was 653. NASDAQ down now by 504 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a drop right now of 4.15%. 10-year up 22.30 seconds. 10-year yield 3.03%. Spot gold down $30 the ounce to $18.53, down now by 1.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 6.7%, 102.38 for a barrel of WTI. It is a widespread rout now with 28 minutes to go. Ongoing concerns about the Fed's ability to tame decades-high inflation without throwing the economy into a recession. Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta President Raphael Bostic says he favors policymakers continuing to raise rates by a half-point increment rather than doing anything larger. He made the comment this morning in an interview with Bloomberg Radio's Michael McKee.
We're going to, in my view, we're going to move a couple times, maybe 2, maybe 3 times, see what happens, see how the economy responds, see if inflation continues to move closer to our 2% target. And then we can really take a pause, I think, and look at how things are going.
Shares of Rivian Automotive are plunging as some early stakeholders are about to get their first chance to unload shares. Rivian down now by 21.7%. And Blackstone is expanding its presence in Canadian real estate and opening a Toronto office to further drive investment in one of the world's hottest property markets. Blackstone shares right now are down 4.3%. So again, recapping, 10-year yield 3.03%. S&P now down by 3%, down 122 points. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, appreciate that update. We've just got about 26 minutes to go in today's trading session. So we want to get to a story about a new generation of social media stars, younger than ever before. They're turning their success into lucrative careers even before they graduate from a college or university. And, Tim, they're raking in thousands of dollars a month.
Claire Ballantyne got to go back to school to report this story. Back to her alma mater, Duke University. Claire Ballantyne is personal finance reporter for Bloomberg News. She's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So what is TikTok class?
So this class is called Building Global Audiences. It's its official name, but everyone knows it as the TikTok class. So it's for undergrads.
It's like the happiness
at Duke.
class at Yale. Is that kind of like a, no?
I think it's a happiness class at Duke right now. I mean, these students were having a good time. So it's for students who are interested in social media, TikTok, both behind the camera and in front of the camera. So it's for students who are trying to figure out how to either make money off of this, how to improve their skills on it. So they go over how to get more followers, what videos are most successful. Definitely a bias towards TikTok, but there's also like YouTube, Instagram. But it's just a group of 30 undergrads, and they meet, twice a week, regular full credit class, and they film videos, they talk about videos. It's incredible.
Mom, I'm taking this class, and I'm learning how to be an influencer, and I'm paying how much a credit?
I was just going to say, and thanks for sending the tuition check to the office.
Exactly.
Appreciate it.
But they're making money. Tell us about the professor. I can only imagine when they pitched it to, like, the higher-ups or his department, and they're like, you want to do what?
He said that when he tried to pitch this to the Duke administration, which is not known for its sense of fun. The administration...
I said that as a former student. Okay. I get it. Love that.
The administrators were like, what? what? Why would we do this? But I think he made a good argument in that, so this professor, his background is in English. He's also a tech entrepreneur, but he specializes in forms of communication across history. So if you think back to when plays were really big, in Shakespeare's day, that was the new form. That was for the people, and it, became very critically acclaimed today, even movies when they started out. So that was his whole pitch, that this is a new form of communication. Students are doing this with or without us. Let's step in and help.
It also comes at a time where colleges and universities are increasingly under pressure to offer value for the incredibly high price tags. And I wonder if there's a pretty good argument to be made about the types of jobs that students get after college do require an understanding, at least in media, of social media.
Definitely. One of the students that I talked to, who's a big TikTok influencer, used his social media savviness to help him land an internship at LinkedIn this summer in New York. So all of these skills that they're learning, it sounds silly when you say a TikTok class, but they're learning social media marketing, they're learning branding, they're learning how to create a persona for yourself, which are all very important in your, real career.
I'm really waiting for when there's a job, and forgive me if there is, and I'm just behind the times, but a job category, right, that is about like social media influencer. I have to say, I watch a lot of stuff, and these individuals who are out on YouTube, and whether for me, it's like people who are sailing the world, and they have patrons, and they have companies sending them stuff, and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and they are making a living. So to me, this is like no joke. This is a new way to make money in our society.
It is, and
economy.
And importantly, not everyone can be successful at
Correct.
it. A lot of failures too, a lot of people with not that many accounts, but it says something about the amount of advertising money going after this space that, these students that I talk to are, earning thousands a month, and they're full-time students, so as a side hustle especially, it's really lucrative.
How popular is the class?
Big waiting list, I think. This is the first time it ever came out, actually. So the first class, they weren't quite sure, so there were 30 students that took the class. Now they're trying to get it to start again in the fall, and I think demand's really high.
How was it to be back on campus after graduating and coming back and reporting this story?
It was so fun, and it was so interesting to talk with these kids on campus. I went to the class, and then I also sat with them, in the student center. And I watched their other classmates walk by and recognize them. They'd be like, there's the TikTok girl.
Oh my gosh.
Or, spring is a big time for prospective students visiting campuses. Prospective students were saying, I know him from YouTube.
Oh my gosh.
Right.
The school should be paying these students.
But it is how students learn about colleges. I also think it's another extension of name, image, likeness for college athletes. So now you have it for a broader part of the population.
Yeah, the class has a fair amount of student athletes in it, and this is the first time they're actually able to do this, make money off of it, and it's, especially for kids that are spending so much of their college career
on social.
Yeah.
Right? And they're really learning how to leverage it. Unbelievable.
iPhone didn't even come out until I graduated from college.
You're dating yourself here.
I'm not even going there. Claire Ballantyne, thank you so much. Personal finance reporter at Bloomberg News here in our Interactive Broker studio.
Let's get to Washington, D.C. now for a check the latest world and national news with Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden says $65 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure law will go to broadening the reach of high-speed internet in the country. The president also says the money will go toward making high-speed internet more affordable.
The bottom line is this. My top priority is fighting inflation and lowering prices for families and things they need. Today's announcement is going to give millions of families a little more breathing room to help them pay their bills.
The White House says eligible households will be able to sign up for discounted high-speed internet at getinternet.gov. Participants would receive a $30 credit toward their internet bill, making it virtually free for many families. Biden says 20 internet providers are participating in the initiative. Well, there were no major pronouncements today from Russian President Vladimir Putin, who oversaw the traditional Victory Day parade on Red Square, in which the country marks the Soviet Union's defeat of Nazi Germany. Putin justified the invasion of Ukraine, but did not declare even a limited victory. Retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett was unimpressed.
I think everybody was surprised by the fact that the Putin speech was, frankly, a nothing burger. Everybody was hoping to, or expecting to hear, either that he would declare war, he would annex the Donbass, he would mobilize his forces. He did nothing of the sort.
Retired Brigadier General Kimmett tells Bloomberg President Putin appears to be taking a slow approach and likely hopes Europe needs gas before he runs out of troops. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Thank you so much, Nancy Lyons, and I'm Carol Masser, along with Tim Stanovic here in our Interactive Brokers studio. You talk a lot about Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's been a pretty ugly few days. Down for a fifth day in a row. There's not really much to talk about when it comes to fundamentals of Bitcoin. There are no cash flows, Carol, so people tend to turn to the technicals. And the technicals
it's really supply demand. I mean, there is a limited supply, right?
There is a limited supply,
it that really? So is it just demand that kind of determines
exactly
what's going on in terms of pricing?
Yeah, it's demand, and it's also, I think, it's headline driven as well.
Yeah.
But with the risk-off mood that we've seen of late, Bitcoin has been no exception to the decline in value. The unraveling has topped 50% from the peak. It's dropped below $31,000. It's declined from November, record high of more than 50%, as this global flight from riskier investments continues.
Can we do a direct correlation with anything kind of high tech? Because I think about some of the tech names that have really been beaten down. Although if you look at the NASDAQ 100, it's not necessarily down that much.
So
right,
I haven't checked this in recent days,
Yeah.
but there is a high correlation with the NASDAQ in the way that Bitcoin moves. Not the NASDAQ 100, the overall NASDAQ.
So Bitcoin's 30% decline in 2022 compares with a retreat of more than 10% in global bonds and shares and a 2.5% advance in gold, which some people say it's like the new gold.
Digital gold.
Yeah, not so
Mike
much.
Mike McGlone argues that it's digital gold, but we haven't seen that return this year. And also, there have been a lot of proponents that have said in an inflationary environment, this is somewhere that people should have money, but we have not seen that turn out this year in that way. I do wonder what the next catalyst is to drive it even higher or lower. As Caroline mentioned, if it fell below a certain technical, it would erase all its gains from 2021 as well.
Which is pretty significant. Maybe a boost in liquidity.
Yeah.
But we're going in the opposite direction. Michael Novogratz, the billionaire cryptocurrency investor who leads Galaxy Digital Holdings, warned that he expects things to get worse before they get better. He said that on their first quarter earnings call today. He says, my instinct is there's some more damage to be done, and that will trade in a very choppy, volatile, and difficult market for at least the next few quarters before people are getting some sense that we are at equilibrium.
This is more than just choppy, though.
Yeah, well, it's to the downside, it feels like. This is Bloomberg.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pelt. The S&P 500 rout now reaching a 3.3%, 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. It is a broad-based sell-off here on concern about the Fed's ability to tame inflation without throwing the economy into a recession. So the S&P down 134 points and below 4,000 now, down 3.3%. The S&P is at its lowest since March of last year. For this year, we've got the S&P down 16.3%. A 666-point drop right now for the Dow, down by 2%. That is the low of the session. NASDAQ down 534 points, down now by 4.4%. 10-year's up 22.30 seconds. 10-year yield 3.03%. Spot gold down $30 the ounce at $18.53, down 1.6%. While West Texas Intermediate crude now down 6.8%. Down $7.47 a barrel, 102.35. Lots of earnings after the closing bell today, including Zynga, Bright House Financial, Plug Power, Lemonade, Microchip Technology, and AMC. Recapping, S&P down 134, a drop now of 3.3%. I'm Charlie Pellett, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellett. It's 3:49 on Wall Street.
The following is an editorial from Bloomberg Opinion.
This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Editorial Board. With inflation skyrocketing, the Federal Reserve is taking an aggressive approach to tightening monetary policy. Given current conditions, this makes perfect sense. Still, it's worth keeping in mind just how difficult the Fed's task is right now. After the pandemic slammed output in 2020, the U.S. economy recovered strongly, too strongly as it turned out, thanks to an unduly powerful fiscal stimulus enacted by Congress. COVID's effects were still complicating economic policy when Russia invaded Ukraine, causing the U.S. and its allies to impose sanctions that disrupted energy and commodity markets all over again. Then China's initial success in containing the virus gave way to massive new shutdowns, putting yet more stress on global supply chains. Faced with such turbulence, monetary policy can only do so much. Investors would be wise to temper their expectations. This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Editorial Board. For more Bloomberg Opinion, please go to Bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN Go on the Bloomberg terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
I'm driving in my car, I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, just got about 10 minutes left in today's trading session, and as Charlie mentioned, we are down across the board, broad-based selling, and we are seeing another leg down. In fact, we are at our lows of the session, and in particular, tech names being hurt. Just to reiterate, the NASDAQ down about almost 4.6%, S&P down about 3.5%, Tim, and the Dow down 2.25%. But again, we're at our lows of the session.
Yeah, we blew through that 4,000 level on the S&P 500. Let's get into it with Aaron Kennan, co-founder and CEO at Clear Harbor Asset Management. They've got over $1 billion in assets under management. Aaron joins us once again on the phone from Stamford, Connecticut. Aaron, I'd ask how you're doing, but I imagine on a day like today, you are getting lots of phone calls or perhaps panicked emails from clients. What are you hearing from them?
Well, we try to stay in close touch with our clients, and so the phone is not, thankfully, ringing off the wall, but we're always happy to communicate our thinking with clients, and certainly a very challenging period for the two major asset classes, fixed income and equities right now. We're on the lows of the day in equities, and this is the first time in a long while we've actually seen the inverse with the bond market, where bond prices have actually rallied, yields have fallen. And I think, we're continuing to see a dramatic sort of leakage of liquidity from the capital market system as the Fed tightens policy and as the fiscal levers very much close off, and inflation is a huge concern. And as the Fed raises rates, I think their only option is to pull down aggregate demand. They can't really impact the supply issues. They can't create wheat, they can't create corn, and they can't create oil. And so it's a challenging time for central banks, for sure, and for the economy. And there's a concern about, of course, the likelihood of a recession.
We always talk about how smart the bond market is versus the equity market. Forgive bond equity traders that I'm saying this, but nonetheless, that move back in yields, what does that tell you specifically, or is it just one day's trade at this moment?
Well, it's interesting, and I think at some point, if we were talking on Friday, I'd say, and I still to some extent believe this, that the equity market has been very much worried about growth, and the bond market has been very much worried about the heightened level of inflation. And I think that there are some incipient reasons to believe that maybe inflation has peaked. We'll see some data this week around CPI and PPI. And perhaps the view of the bond market is, if the Fed raises rates as the Fed funds futures market suggests, about 300 full basis points between now and, let's say, the first quarter of next year, we could very much see the growth side come off dramatically, and we would most likely start to see the inflation side come off dramatically as well. And so I think they're both obviously very much related, but this is the first time in a long time too that we're seeing value at some level in the front end of the Treasury market, where two-year Treasuries are at 2.6%, and Fed funds futures are again just calling for about 300 basis points of a move. At the beginning of the year, we were lopsided, where the expectation was in February for about 300 basis points, but the two-year Treasury hadn't moved as much. So, certainly a challenging time for the markets and concern about inflation. We've had 14 tightening cycles since 1950, and 3 have led to soft landings, and 11 have led to recession. So we're certainly mindful of those statistics.
Aaron, what's the right move to make with fixed income right now?
Well, I think you can remain a little short duration here because you're capturing a reasonable return on a volatility-adjusted basis relative to equities. It's quite interesting. I would be a little careful, though, to remain too short, because if growth is actually pulled down, we see aggregate growth pulled down over the next 12 months, and inflation comes down with it, you could see the long end of the curve really rally. 10-year Treasuries are at 304 today. They began the day at 314, which was a cyclical high. And so my view is fixed income today is far more attractive when you look at nominal yield to maturity. The yield to maturity on the aggregate right now, the bond market bench, the Bloomberg aggregate is about 3.7%. Mm-hmm. We were significantly lower than that a year ago. We were around 2%. And so when you look at a 60-40 portfolio, after a decade of 16.5% returns annualized for the S&P 500, right, we're most likely going to be trending more towards back to the mean on the equity market over the next decade. And so fixed income, at least the 40 part of the 60-40, looks a little more interesting today than it did a year ago.
For people who maybe have not seen this kind of volatility in the markets or correction, if you will, I mean, what's your advice at this point, Aaron? Is it all about, we've talked about with several of our guests about, it's really about capital preservation at this point. But I'm just curious the conversations you would put out to an investor at this juncture.
Yeah, we want to be mindful that this is a very different moment. On a year-to-date basis, both major asset classes have been sort of trading, for the most part, in tandem. We don't think that relationship is going to hold. And so the idea that the 60-40 portfolio has sort of died, we think, in the short term, it hasn't been working. We were very mindful of that on a year-to-date basis. But there are still anti-fragile assets out there. They're not just fixed income. There are some non-correlated assets like merger arbitrage, gold. Yes, some people have claimed that, cash is trash, but, cash has held up, okay year to date, and the U.S. dollar has certainly held up significantly better than other major currencies. And so we think diversification is still the last free lunch over the long haul for our clients, and we're trying to remain, sort of anchored to that reality.
All right, but it is, I think, interesting what you said, too, about kind of the worry about growth and that focus. Aaron, good to get your perspective, especially on another day where we're seeing risk-off trade and volatility. Aaron Cannon, he's co-founder and chief executive officer of Clear Harbor Asset Management, over $1 billion in assets under management, joining us on the phone from Stamford, Connecticut. All right, right now, we're going to head over to our Bloomberg TV colleagues for Beyond the Bell to take a look at the markets. It is live on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg TV, and YouTube. We are definitely counting you down to the close on this Monday, and this as equities just bounce off their lows.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic, Caroline Hyde, Taylor Riggs counting you down to the closing bell, here to help take us beyond the bell. It's a global simulcast with Carol Master and Tim Stenovic. We welcome our audiences across Bloomberg Television, radio, and on YouTube. Another down day, a significant down day here. Basically, the third straight day of declines. But when you really go back, Carol, over the last, 3 or 4 weeks here, the persistent selling pressure and, more importantly, the lack of buyers has really been a big feature of this market.
Yeah, absolutely right. We don't see any of those investors increasingly coming in to buy the dip at this point. What's interesting is we just talked with Aaron Cannon over at Clear Harbor, and he said there's been 14 tightening cycles since 1950, and only 3 of them have ended in a soft landing. His point is we are really, really worried. All of the investors out there, it feels like, are worried about growth at this point. It's not just about inflation.
Yeah, a lot of superlatives on a day like today as well. The S&P 500 right now at its lowest level since March of 2021. An uglier picture for the NASDAQ Composite at its lowest level since November of 2020.
I think it's interesting when we talk about the bulls and the bears in this market, the selling pressure. Romaine, we talked a lot last week about Mike Wilson, of course, over at Morgan Stanley, and of course, JP Morgan, sort of continuing throughout the last few weeks, talking about maybe peak hawkishness, peak inflation, which I know that we'll get later this week, and maybe now's the time to add some of these risk assets. Certainly easier to say than to do on days like today.
Yeah, I mean, many not hodling right now if you're looking at Bitcoin currently at 30,980. Yeah. So is this, though, ultimately a buying opportunity? What is your time horizon? If it's long term, then maybe it's not a selling day.
Yeah, I mean, if you're long term, then you just don't,
don't trade this.
Don't peek at your portfolio at all, and hopefully it'll all sort out over time here. Let's go through the numbers here. We do have to walk you through the daily numbers. You're looking at a Dow Jones Industrial Average that's going to finish the day down by about 2%. And you know what, guys? That's your outperformer on the day here. Let's go through the others. The S&P 500 down by about 3%. It's going to fall just short of that 90% threshold. About 88% of the stocks in that index are lower here on the day. Remember, last week we had that wild week where we had Wednesday where 95% of the stocks were higher, and then the following day, Thursday, 95% were lower. 4 straight weeks now where we've had basically at least one 90% down day here on the S&P. The NASDAQ Composite down about 4% here on the day. The NASDAQ 100 faring a little better, down by 4% even on the day. And the Russell 2000 down by 4.2% here on the day, Carol, as the small caps really take it on the chin as well.
Yeah, maybe coincidence, but as you mentioned, the NASDAQ down more than 4%, 4.3%. I'm taking a look at the Bloomberg Commodity Index, also down 4.3% in today's session. So, again, another sign of investors, Taylor, being worried about growth.
Can I just say, Carol, I thought this was interesting to see a sell-off with really no real news or fundamentals in the commodity space, and that most people seem to think that this is tied directly to the sentiment right now in the equity market.
Well, it could be somewhat of China, right? We're so concerned about the slowdown there. We saw it certainly play out in the energy markets, right? Yeah. In terms of worries about lack of Chinese demand. So I don't know, maybe that's part of it. I think it's that growth story, that overarching concern about growth, Taylor.
You certainly see sort of that negative sentiment. Romaine wants to correct me. This is what I would call broad-based here, because for our radio audiences, we do every day, we try to look at 2 levels down within the S&P, the sector best performers and the sector worst performers. The best performers are still very much all in the red. There's not a single sector here in the green today. A lot of it, though, feels defensive. The outperformance, even though it's negative, is food and beverage, food and household staples, household products, utilities. You get the theme there of sort of the defensiveness of this market. Everything else is a cyclical risk-off trade down at the bottom. Autos, energy, semi-components, software and services remain. Those are off 5 to even 9% or so on the day.
And before Carol gets to her movers here, I do want to point out too, I mean, we haven't really mentioned it, but this was a global sell-off. And to Carol's point about sentiment here, when you look at the declines that we saw in Europe with the stock 600 down about 3%, and then of course what we saw with the Hang Seng down like 4%, and then of course the Nikkei was down a couple percentage points as well.
Kind of miserable everywhere, right? As you look around, especially in those
and I only bring that up because you didn't mention the China Golden Dragon.
I did at 3 p.m. Weren't you listening?
Okay. I was.
All right. So I actually found some gainers in today's session. Newell Brands, we talked about this. This was your top performer actually in the S&P 500, a gain of 8%, so finishing just off its highs. No real catalyst, but the stock did rally last week. We had a first quarter beat reaffirming its fiscal year 2022. The stock's also up so far this year. eBay was up as much as 4% at one point, still finishing the day with about a 0.9% gain, top of the NASDAQ 100. Remember last week we talked about Bob Iger and eBay buying 25% in Funko. So we have seen eBay trading higher since that news. And I'm going to mispronounce Viatris, VTRS is the ticker. It's a generic drug company. Also top in the S&P 500. First quarter net sale miss, but it did report free cash flow and adjusted EBITDA for the first quarter ahead of analyst expectations. So analysts pushing that name up more than 5%, Tim.
All right, well, it was slim pickings for you, but it was an embarrassment of riches for me when it comes to looking at decliners today. Starting with Amazon, among the worst performers on a points basis in the S&P 500. Shares hitting a 52-week low today, finishing down 5.1%. Rivian Automotive hitting an all-time low today, finishing the day down by 21%. This after the lockup period expired yesterday. Also after a report from CNBC's David Faber that said Ford plans to sell 8 million shares. No word about Amazon, one of the largest shareholders of the company. It was also an early investor in the company, planning to sell shares, though. And we also are watching Palantir Technologies falling more than 21% today. This is a results story, the fall happening after the software maker reported mounting losses and a disappointing sales forecast. We should note that Peter Thiel has his biggest single equities position. That's in Palantir. He's one of the co-founders. This move today erasing about $250 million from his net worth, though he is still worth more than $7 billion.
I'm amazed, Tim, you didn't do some of the Bitcoin-related stocks. MicroStrategy having its worst day since 2017. Yeah. Extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the flip side of that, what actually is the haven of choice? Well, it's the US dollar, but we're not actually seeing it on this particular vertical line. I'm going cross-asset for our radio audience. I'm looking at every major FX pair in the G10 currencies down versus the US dollar because we've got money coming out of course, commodity-related currencies in particular. A flight to your haven that is the yen, that is the dollar, the Canadian dollar off by more than a percentage point, the Norwegian krone off by almost 2 percentage points, the Aussie dollar off by 1.7%. Why? Because oil tumbled. In fact, we saw oil having its worst day since March. We're currently seeing WTI crude off by more than 6%, Brent crude at $105, currently off by more than 6%. Natural gas getting caught up in this tumult that we see, off by some 12%, but metals getting thrown out. This is a worry about global growth. This is a worry about China. This is a worry, of course, about an unwinding that means finally commodities actually see some sort of correlation to stocks. And we're seeing sovereign bonds, therefore, well, a flight to havens as we see it across the board in FX. You're seeing suddenly a move into bonds with yields falling globally, and certainly the story in the US, Taylor.
Certainly the stories you think about bond price higher, yield lower. Actually, one of the few days as of late amidst the sort of last 3 days of major selling within the equity markets that bonds perform their traditional role of being a safe haven, of sort of catching a bid in a flight to quality. I think what's interesting is you have a 2-year yield remain that yields fall 14 basis points on the day, and that doesn't even compare because 2 weeks ago, yields also fell about 15 basis points, really highlighting not only the volatility that we've had within the equity markets, but huge volatility within the bond markets as well.
I wonder how this though ends up. I mean, when you talk about the yield curve and what signal it's sending, I mean, obviously we've seen a little bit of a steepening here, and I wonder if that ends up reversing itself to some degree, given that now some expectations for what the Fed is going to do are being pulled back.
I don't know. We'll have to see, right? And see if that ultimately plays out. What's interesting, and I do think about the correlation we've seen in the stock and bond trade, right? That is unusual. And if we're starting to see some separation, which would, kind of be much more traditional when it comes to what stocks do versus what we're seeing in the bond market.
Yeah, we spoke to Aaron Kennan at Clear Harbor Asset Management about this just a few minutes ago, and he actually said that when it comes to fixed income, you're in a better position, at least buying it right now, than you were a year ago, so it actually makes it more attractive to his clients' portfolios.
And this is why the likes of JP Morgan are talking more about the technicals than they are perhaps the fundamentals. As you said, Romain, why today? Why with no significant real move do we see the commodities play catch up? Many feeling that actually poor market liquidity has an awful lot to blame for some of this, whether it be across equities, whether it be across commodities as well. Technical flows, poor market liquidity. This is a lot of why JP Morgan is saying, look, it's overdone.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about, we were talking a little bit earlier on radio, I think with you guys, Carol and Tim, about the idea of profitability, and I was pointing out just Microsoft, how the drawdown that we've seen on Microsoft now down 20% from that all-time high, a company with real earnings, GAAP earnings, net income,
Not
a company with
adjusted,
63
not adjusted
billion,
EBITDA.
not adjusted, they don't have to do the fancy adjusted EBITDA plus or whatever it's called now, and then you have for real cash flow here. And I just bring it out because I think when you look at some of those big cap names here, a lot of them are in the same boat. They have profitability, they have decent margins, and more importantly, they have cash flow. So why should they be down 20%?
Good point. Apple, I think, is a forward PE ratio of 16. Costco's at 35. So that shows you sort of the massive selling that's underway. Caroline, you brought up financial stability and liquidity. Certainly don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but you have a Federal Reserve that reports a financial stability report semi-annual. So this certainly is not any commentary as of late, but coming out and saying that according to some measures, market liquidity has declined since late 2021, and they're really looking at Treasury securities and equity index futures. This, of course, in their financial stability report. Again, not huge comments on an individual day like today, but notable given the deterioration in the last 3 days.
Great story in the Bloomberg, everything that could go wrong in markets as free money era ends. It really breaks it down and looks at, in particular, those credit markets for signs of things.
How many stocks in the NASDAQ 100? Pop quiz. How many stocks in the NASDAQ 100 are higher on the year?
4.
No.
2.
9.
Okay.
There you go.
Difference.
So there you go. There's your place to hide.
Buying opportunity or?
Kraft Heinz, Dollar Tree, American Electric Power.
Those well-known tech stocks.
Those ones in the NASDAQ 100 we talk about all the time.
We got to run, guys. We've got lots to talk about this week. We'll be back tomorrow. Of course, our cross-platform coverage on radio, TV, and YouTube. We call it Beyond the Bell. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenovic. And of course, just watching the selling that we've seen in this market, stocks plunging to a 13-month low in a broad-based rout. You know, some might call this market capitulation. I was looking at gold. It's not like investors were running into that safe haven. Gold was down 1.6% today. The commodity space was down. So I think it's just this interesting point in terms of where we are in the markets. And I think there's still a lot of questions about where we go from here.
Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, at least on a day like today. Let's bring in Jess Menton. She's Bloomberg News equities reporter, and she joins us live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Jess, we finished the day today down on the S&P 500 by 3.2%. So not quite on session lows, but from a technical perspective, we did breach and close under that $4,000 level. What is your reporting telling you? I mean, what are analysts looking at? What are traders looking at on a day like today?
And I'm glad you brought up the 4,000 level because we also broke below the S&P 500's February 24th low, 4114. That was a key threshold now. And now, especially since we're under that psychological level of 4,000, the next key level, I mean, some banks are even estimating as far as maybe 3,800 if you're doing those sort of Fibonacci levels that technical analysts like to
For end of year or for the low?
For as far as it could even go beyond below even 3,800, but as far as sort of the Fibonacci retracement, that's just above 38%. Basically, that would be somewhere around 3,815. You can kind of measure it around 3,800 to 3,850, but that would also be roughly in between that threshold would be the 20% decline for the S&P 500. So that's really key there, but potential even further losses, especially when you're looking at just how damaged small caps upward today when you're looking at the Russell 2000. That does not bode well when you're looking for their sort of larger counterparts as far as just how domestically tied those small caps are to the economy. And typically you'd want to see those bottom in order, typically historically they bottom first before you see larger caps rebound. So that's doesn't really bode well for large caps right now.
How do you cross fundamentally what's going on? We're still getting earnings growth, just not as strong as it was. We're still getting top line growth, not as strong as it was. So, there's still earnings out there for companies, and yet you've got these technical levels being taken out, right? Fundamental versus technicals.
Exactly. And especially Gina Martin Adams over at BI, they have so much great data when it comes to learning what's going on the earnings front. And things are coming in better than expected. And coming into earnings season, it was a 5.2% growth. We're over that, or over 8% growth as far as when we're looking at. Not too shabby. It's just not keeping up with that gangbuster growth that we saw in 2021. And strategists think we are well past that, just given the trajectory of what the Fed's doing and the economy. So it's not necessarily that things are not doing that well for earnings. It's just we're not going to be able to hold up with that pace. And especially when we're looking at outlooks, the revisions for earnings going forward, they actually have been ticking up, but recently started ticking lower. And they started going up on the start of the invasion on February 24th. So that was interesting. But then especially the last few weeks, I think it has a lot to do with we've gotten so many companies report the last 2 weeks, and their outlooks haven't been quite as strong as what investors have been hoping for.
A lot of them saying economic uncertainty in their earnings reports, which was up, I want to say, more than 100% from last earnings season or a year ago.
Right. And so that's key there. You want to not just looking at what companies are doing for the first quarter, because that's more backward looking. That's great that they did well the first 3 months of the year, but investors want to know, what does the outlook look like moving forward? So if it isn't quite as bright, what does that mean for their earnings and their stock prices?
Okay, there is a lot of uncertainty out there, but from a macroeconomic perspective, here in the United States, there are still some areas of brightness, right? Some areas of light. Unemployment is really low here.
There are, because how exactly could you have a recession when you have unemployment nearing these historic lows?
Yeah,
and also the
consumer
still remains very resilient, especially in the midst of what's happening with inflation.
And they are tapping into savings, but
but
the question is, how long do those savings last at these higher prices?
And especially when they have the backdrop of historical savings and being able to use that money. But we are seeing Bank of America had some credit card data earlier today. It still showed strength for the consumer as far as going out and spending. So we'll have to see, especially when we have discretionary companies, more of them like Home Depot, Lowe's reporting next week. That'll be key to see exactly how healthy is the consumer still right now.
I will say I just talked with the Lowe's CEO at Milken on the West Coast last week, and still what I think the words were cautiously optimistic. So there was optimism, but nonetheless I think everybody's keeping an eye on what's to come.
I'm going to throw something at you, though, Carol. That was exactly a week ago.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot of tumult in the market in the last week. Not really a surprise from Fed Chair Jay Powell, apart from the 75 basis points, but look at the way that we've seen the equity and fixed income markets respond. So I wonder if his reply would be the same to you.
That's interesting. Well, Jess, what are you hearing from market watchers? Like, what has changed in the last week or so?
It's the speed in which we've seen the 10-year move above 3%. So not just that it is above 3%, but the speed in the recent weeks that it has topped it and continues to hover above that. And that's really, especially when we're talking about these technology and growth names and how that feeds into the projection of their future growth, and as far as how that affects their stock prices, that's really the key story whenever I'm talking to strategists.
Well, and it's interesting too that today we finally had a day where we had stocks selling off, but bonds actually going up and yields going down, which is the normal correlation that we see versus what we've seen stocks and bonds trading in tandem.
Right. And
what's the significance of that? Like, for someone who's watching the markets, when you see that, do you think, like what?
Right. Well, how can you have this different divergence there in the market, especially in the bond market that is just having such a terrible year, but at the same time, the stock market is also having a tough year. Usually you wouldn't see those two things happening at once. So when I'm speaking with a lot of analysts and strategists, they actually think that some of the pain we've seen recently still isn't enough. So when you're starting to see, say, Apple down more than 3% today, on Friday it showed a bit of resilience after having a really tough day on Thursday, and they feel like a lot of those big names like Apple and some of the other FANG names really need to see more brunt of the pain, because then that shows that, say you're an investor and you're looking at your bond portfolio and you feel like, okay, well, I need to start liquidating certain positions, but you want to hold on to the Apple stocks and some of those other ones. If you start selling those, that really shows you that people are starting to throw in the towel, and that's when you see sentiment hitting more extremes, because even though some of that sentiment data has been at extremes, people are saying one thing and are actually doing another thing with the money when you look at the flows data. So if you start to see more weakness in some of these big names, then you're actually starting to see potentially pessimism starting to reach extremes, but they still feel like more pain needs to come in those names.
All right, the NASDAQ, go ahead, Carol.
I was going to say, capitulation, have we seen it?
That's what they're waiting for, and they feel like in order for us to get more closer toward capitulation, you need to see more pain in some of those big tech stock names.
Well, how much more pain? The NASDAQ composite down 25.7% now, the S&P 500 down 16.3% for the year.
Because people still think of Apple as a defensive type stock in a way because of its cash flow and its business model. And so and especially this year, it still has held up relatively well compared to when you're looking at some of these micro cap tech stocks names that really got decimated toward the end of last year and the beginning of this year. So this is sort of the sign. You don't want to necessarily say it's optimistic when you see a sea of red like this, but when you start seeing more pain in those types of names, that's what's basically technical analysts think, okay, maybe we're getting a bit of a step closer there toward capitulation.
131 names in the S&P 500 still showing gains for the year.
What does that mean to you?
Well, I'm just saying, if it was market capitulation, I would expect everything to be down.
Well, I mean,
you just throw in the towel on everything.
It's funny you say that. Every decliner I had was at a 52-week low today, or an all-time low for Rivian.
But it just shows that there are still some names that have actually done well. Great market analysis. Jess Menton, she is Bloomberg News equities reporter, joining us here in studio.
Let's get a check with Charlie Pellet on how things are looking after market. Hey, Charlie.
Oh, well, hello there, Tim. Lots of earnings. Let's begin with Zynga. It's the game maker. It reported adjusted revenue for the first quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. Stock bouncing around after ours last check, down by about 2.5%. Groupon, the coupon company, it reported revenue for the first quarter that missed the average analyst estimate, down now by 13%. Plug Power reported net revenue for the first quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. Plug Power plunging after ours, down now by about 15%. Recapping, resetting on markets. We're telling you all about it. We've got stocks tumbling to a 13-month low. We had a widespread rout today amid concern that the Federal Reserve's ability to tame inflationary spirals without throwing the economy into a recession. So last week's selling continued into today's session. The S&P ending the day below 4,000 at 3991, down 132 points today, a drop of 3.2%. Year to date, the S&P is now down by 16.2%. The Dow lower by 653, just about session lows, down 2%. Nasdaq down 521, a drop today of 4.3%. 10-year up 24.30 seconds, 10-year yield 3.03%. Spot gold right now down 1.7%, 18.52 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 6.6%, 102.55 a barrel. Broad-based selling today, again recapping, 10-year yield 3.03%, S&P down 3.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, you might have read a story in the New York Times that was just out about the shortage of baby formula in the U.S. It cited Data Assembly, a retail software company, which noted that about 31% of baby formula products were out of stock across the country as of April in 7 states: Connecticut, Delaware, Montana, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Texas, and Washington. The rate for the week of April 3rd, even worse, at 40%.
Let's get into it right now with Kylie Zager, the CEO at Evolve. It's a biosystems firm in the newborn nutrition space. Kylie, how are you?
I'm well. How are you? Thank you so much for having me today.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. I just want to start with this news here because you watch the space so closely. I mean, I was shocked to see this. I've been shocked to see this in my world where a lot of our friends do have newborns. It's shocking to hear that they're having to go to eBay to pay 10x for some of the formula, or even having trouble finding it if they can find it at all. As somebody who watches the space closely, what's your reaction?
I mean, it's devastating, but you see this, time and time again with issues in supply chain or manufacturing. And I think it's an opportunity that where possible, we can bring the infant and the mom closer to nature and back to the most natural state possible, which really leads to breastfeeding and breast milk. And hopefully it can reduce some of the issues that we're having there. But it's a devastating time. And I think we're going to continue to see more of these troubles in the manufacturing side of infant health. So I'm hoping this is a rebirth of the natural state, which can only lead to better infant health as we move forward.
Well, and we want to get into exactly your strategy, but you talk about how important this is. It's so important. It's reached the White House. And Jen Psaki, White House press person, head of the White House press office, I should say, actually addressed it in today's briefing. Check it out, everyone.
What the FDA is doing, which while they're independent, they are part of the administration, is taking a number of steps to address. That includes working with major infant formula manufacturers to ensure they're increasing production, because part of this issue is, of course, making sure there's stock on the shelves, right? And working with the industry right now to optimize their supply lines, product sizes to increase capacity.
All right, that, of course, was Jen Psaki of the White House press office. So we're talking with Kylie Zagar, Chief Executive Officer of Evolve, still with us via Zoom in Connecticut. So when you look at this baby formula space, how did you want to approach it? How did you, we see so many startup companies kind of innovating, disrupting, doing things better. What's been your approach and what's your aim here?
Well, I am so excited about the discoveries and the science that Evolve has had over the past couple of years. I've been with the company just about a month now, and the findings and the power of our science is actually in the combination of mother's milk and B. infantis, which is really bringing the baby back to its most natural state. Years ago, decades ago, when babies were born, every baby was had the benefits of the mother's microbiome, and the discoveries and the science that we have done and we have made put us back on track to being able to bring the baby back to its most natural state and get the immune system really into a great position moving forward. So our strategy and our niche is very much inside of the first 100 days of life. And the goals here is to continue to expand the product portfolio and ensuring that as a baby moves down the different stages of life, that we can intersect into infant formula and make sure that B. infantis is something that is part of even the later stages of life. But right now, I think we can see a lot of progression inside of human health and a radical transformation on some of these disease states that have become so prevalent, especially in the United States. If we can really get back and focus on those first 100 days of life and the combination of all of the science and discoveries that we have to offer combined with breast milk.
Your product that you have right now is called a Vivo Baby Probiotic. I'm wondering about testing, because when you think about the first 100 days, I mean, I know as a relatively new parent, parents are very concerned about what their baby eats and what goes into their baby's bodies. What's the testing process here, and what approval do you have to get from the FDA to make a product like this?
Yeah, so we're a little bit different than a typical probiotic. We really persistently colonize at very, very high levels. This is not a manufactured product. This is a strain that was discovered out of UC Davis and was isolated. So it is very much out of nature. The data that we have is essentially 5 million years old because it is a natural substance. And the manufacturing procedure that we have essentially just replicates the strain. So right now, we have had excellent track record of quality and safety along the lines of all of our manufacturing facilities, but it's a little bit different than taking something that is an unnatural substance and making creation out of it versus something that originated in the natural state and replicating that. So a bit different, but yeah, I've been thrilled to see the quality and process control here, and really do feel like we have an opportunity to bring babies back to that state that they were supposed to be in upon birth. Because remember, years ago, when we didn't have the sterile environments inside of an operating room, breastfeeding was much higher rates. This is the natural state that babies were intended to be in. The combination of the mother's microbiome at birth and breast milk was what we essentially are delivering back to babies with this strain. So yeah, we're more than thrilled to be able to expand and accelerate commercialization as we move forward.
Well, interesting to hear about your approach, and love to hear and check back with you as you continue to build this out. Kylie Zagar, she is Chief Executive Officer of Evolve, joining us via Zoom from Norwalk, Connecticut. If the company's familiar, you might remember when Ellie Rubenstein was on. We talked to her recently. It was one of the companies that she was investing in. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovec. Another rough market day, risk off. In the meantime, leaders are having to figure out how to deal with higher inflation, supply chain problems, and our next guest, I'm sure, is going to have some advice for all those leaders out there.
Yeah, we're talking about Reggie Fils-Aimé, the former president and CEO of Nintendo. He's got a new book out. It's called Disrupting the Game from the Bronx to the Top of Nintendo. Looking forward to chatting with him in just a minute. First up, though, Charlie Pellet.
I thank you very much, Tim Stenovec. Well, the Bulls game got disrupted again today with Dow down 653 points, down 2%. S&P tumbled 132, down 3.2%. NASDAQ dropped 521, a decline today of 4.3%. Cannot ignore Bitcoin. Bitcoin today falling 8.7%, 31,265 on Bitcoin. S&P, by the way, ended today's session at 39.91, so the S&P back below 4,000. Lots of earnings after the bell. AMC Entertainment Holdings, the largest movie theater chain in the world, reported first quarter results that did beat analyst estimates, citing the rebound in moviegoing fueled by films like Spider-Man No Way Home, but after hours, AMC down by 5%. The game maker Zynga reported adjusted revenue for the first quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. It is not providing guidance, though it is in the process of being acquired by Take-Two Interactive. Groupon reporting revenue for the first quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. Groupon after hours down now by 20%. Stocks tumbled to a 13-month low. We did see a widespread sell-off today. A lot of concern about the Fed, a lot of concern about inflation. As for the overall market backdrop, Aaron Kennan is CEO of Clear Harbor Asset Management. He was our guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Inflation is a huge concern, and as the Fed raises rates, I think their only option is to pull down aggregate demand. They can't really impact the supply issues. They can't create wheat, they can't create corn, and they can't create oil. And so it's a challenging time for central banks, for sure, and for the economy, and there's a concern about, of course, the likelihood of a recession.
And again, he mentioned crude oil. West Texas Intermediate down 6.7%, 102.35 a barrel. Gold again down 1.7%, 18.52. 10-year yield 3.03%. Recapping a major sell-off on Wall Street today, extending last week's losses. S&P down 132, down 3.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much for that market update. Well, our next guest knows a lot about developing and marketing brands, having done so at VH1, P&G, Procter & Gamble, PepsiCo, Pizza Hut, Guinness, also big time at Nintendo. And he writes about his professional arc. It's all in a new book. It's entitled Disrupting the Game from the Bronx to the Top of Nintendo. Really looking forward to our next guest.
Reggie Fils-Aimé is former president and COO of Nintendo. He joins us on the phone from Seattle. You can follow him on Twitter at Reggie. Reggie, how are you? Reggie, I just want to make sure you can hear us. How are you?
I'm well. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Well.
Great. We can hear you now. Hey, I want to get to the book in just a minute, but I want to start with the volatility that we've been seeing, because you've seen many market cycles. You've seen a lot of companies born, reborn, developed. When you look out at the landscape right now and you see some of these high-flying tech companies down 70, 80% off of their highs, do you see opportunity or are you worried?
I see both. Right. I definitely see that there are opportunities in the marketplace where you've got really good companies that, for whatever reason, are being wrapped up in the overall market sell-off, and these create investing opportunities out there. I also see, though, that there are a number of companies that will absolutely have to pivot in this new economy. They will have to deal with their own internal business challenges, and managing that pivot is incredibly tough. So it's a bit of both. So as an investor, you're going to have to look hard at these opportunities. And if you're, a person like me looking at doing different things out in the marketplace, you're going to have to be really thoughtful in seeking out opportunities.
And maybe even a little bit courageous. And I'm kind of doing a little play because you do write about making courageous decisions. And I do wonder, at times of volatility can also be incredible opportunity. And, the last couple of years, right, have taught us
about disruption, innovation, because we had to in order to survive. I mean, physically as well as kind of, maintain our jobs and being able to work, but also keep our health as well. But I do wonder, when you look at these turning points perhaps in our economy and our marketplace, do you see it as an incredible opportunity as well?
There are absolutely opportunities out there. I mean, look, last almost 20 years, I've spent time in the entertainment industry. In these times, recessionary times, entertainment tends to do exceptionally well. People are looking to get away from the tough challenges they may be facing. And so there are businesses that do tend to thrive in more challenging times. And it's these types of companies that will put forward a product that meets consumer needs, that does so in a way that's valuable as perceived by the consumer. And, as stated, I'm fortunate I've had opportunity to thrive businesses in these types of situations.
Well, let's talk about some of those situations. You have a long history working for many of the biggest brands, Procter & Gamble, PepsiCo, Pizza Hut, Guinness Import Company, VH1. Before you got to Nintendo, what was the moment that you realized after you retired, or perhaps it happened before you retired, that you needed to write a book?
For me, the thought process in writing the book happened after I retired. And it was a situation where I was spending time with a long-term person who had supported me throughout my career. And he himself had just finished writing a book. And he turned to me and said, "Reggie, you have so many wonderful stories to share. People can learn from the various experiences you've had. You need to write a book." And it was that conversation that started the journey of first thinking about what it was I wanted to share. The book, Disrupting the Game, was not the first proposal I put forward. I initially had the idea for a book that was all of the real-world skills that you learn from playing video games. But I was told that that's a better speech idea than a book, and so the business memoir came out. And so it wasn't planned in advance. It was something that the opportunity presented itself, and I'm just so fortunate that the reaction thus far to the book has been so positive.
Can you tell us who that person was?
It was a gentleman by the name of Fred Cook. He ran the PR agency Golan that supported Nintendo for over 25 years. So Fred is the person who started me on this journey.
Very nice.
All right, well, we're going to continue this conversation. We're going to get back to Reggie Fils-Aimé, of course, former president and CEO of Nintendo, but his new book out, as we mentioned, Disrupting the Game from the Bronx to the Top of Nintendo. So curious to dig a little bit deeper. And also, he's got this great theme that repeats itself in terms of so what, which really speaks to me, and we'll get into that in just a moment. But first up, let's get back to world and national news.
Nancy Lyons is in D.C. Hey there, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden has announced a plan that will give low-income families access to high-speed broadband, combining a federal subsidy with a $30 a month plan that internet service companies have agreed to provide. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman has more from Washington.
The president said 2 out of 5 American families would meet the criteria to obtain the service.
We've secured commitments from 20 providers, going to lower prices for high-speed internet for tens of millions of households. If you qualify, you're going to get a $30 credit per month toward your internet bill, which most folks will mean they get on for nothing.
The president said the companies are either reducing the price of a high-speed plan or upgrading the speed of plans that $30 will buy. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Ukrainians are searching for the dozens that may have become trapped inside a school in the Luhansk province after Russian artillery struck the building. The State Department's Ned Price.
Just this past weekend, President Putin's forces executed an airstrike on a school serving as a bomb shelter, and reports indicate that around 60 civilians are under the rubble.
Price says over the weekend, additional sanctions were imposed against state-controlled Russian TV stations, and extra export controls were put in place. Tony Award nominations are out, with 34 shows vying for awards in 26 categories.
I'm barely scraping by. My discontentment comes in many.
A Strange Loop leads the pack with 11 nominations, including Best New Musical. This year's Tony Awards will be handed out on June 12th. And Pulitzer Prize winners were announced this afternoon. The Washington Post's coverage of the January insurrection wins the Public Service Award. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovic. We're going to get back to our guest in just a moment. Reggie Fils-Aimé, of course, former president and CEO of Nintendo. We're talking about his book, Disrupting the Game. Speaking of a game, there was a lot of gaming and partying in Miami this past weekend.
I wouldn't know, I wasn't there. But I did read a great story by Nathan Crooks and Kim Basine. Formula One taking over Miami for the first time. Its debut brought in stars as the city's entire hospitality industry flexed its sizable muscles for several days of partying from the track to the beach.
Well, we've been talking about it, right? Or Hannah Elliott about a story in the lead up to, because F1, well known throughout Europe, right? And a huge fan base.
Increasingly here in the U.S. now, too.
Right. It's like finally making some inroads here in the United States. And Grand Prix organizers projected that the race would bring about $400 million in economic impact to the area, and really some big, well-known names. Alex Rodriguez telling Bloomberg, nothing has rocked the city like F1. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, some other big names that were there over the weekend included Ivanka Trump, LeBron James, Wyclef Jean, Dwayne Wade, and more, all in town. You know what I think, Carol? What if you did the trifecta this weekend, right? You went to the Kentucky Derby on Saturday.
Yeah.
Hop on the private jet, head down to Miami for the F1. And I think there was some boxing on Saturday night as well. So you have that private jet, you can go do all of those things.
I don't have a private jet, so I didn't do any of those things.
Yeah, it's in Brooklyn.
A little binging while it rained here in the New York Metro. But we talked about, there were guests renting lawn pods for $10,000, suites for $20,000, and Island Cabana for $60,000. Calvin Harris performed a DJ set that drew an influencer crowd. I mean, there was just a lot of pretty impressive things and people going on.
Post Malone performed for a crowd at a pool party. Tom
Snoop,
Brady, Michael Jordan, Bad Bunny, Shawn
Rick
Mendes,
Ross.
Pharrell, Watch from a Paddock, or the Palm Club as well.
Well, there's a great ride-through, as we mentioned, Kim Basine and Nathan Crooks. Check it out, because you'll get all of the details and juicy tidbits of F1 Miami and all the parties over the weekend. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. The dating app Grindr to go public through the Tyga SPAC at a $2.1 billion valuation. Stocks now at a 13-month low. We've got the S&P so far this year down 16.2%. NASDAQ this year down 25.7%. The Dow this year down 11.2%. Today, the S&P down 132 points, lower by 3.2%. We had a widespread sell-off amid concern about the Fed's ability to tame inflationary spirals without throwing the economy into a recession. The Dow down 653, down 2%. NASDAQ down 521, a drop there of 4.3%. 10-year up 24.30 seconds. The 10-year yield 3.02%. Spot gold down 1.6%. 18.54 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 6.7%. 102.37 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Want to get back to our guest still with us is Reggie Fils-Aimé. He's former president and CEO of Nintendo. He has a new book out and is entitled Disrupting the Game: From the Bronx to the Top of Nintendo. Still with us from the greater Seattle area. Hey, Reggie, one thing I wanted to ask you, and I really love it because it resonates with me, because I often ask guests and reporters who come on, tell me why I care. And you have your own version, I think. It's called So What, as in, so what does this mean and why does this matter? Why is this so important?
You know, for me, before I wrote my book, I went and looked at a variety of different business memoirs. And to me, they always struck me as two different books, right? The first half is the person's journey, and then the second half are all of the principles. And when I created Disrupting the Game, I wanted something that would flow much more naturally. And I wanted to be really clear in why I was telling a particular story from my background and why the reader should care and what the lessons learned should be that they could apply to their own situation, whether they're a student, whether they're a business executive, whatever the case may be. So that was the genesis of the So What. And it's a part of the book that I've received a lot of positive commentary on, because people really are taking these lessons and these principles to heart and saying that they could see how they can apply it to their own situation.
I want to talk about some of those principles that you write about based on your own experience in the book. The 5 life principles, what happens to you is up to you. Own your journey. Talk a little bit about that, Reggie.
Sure. You know, for me, I'm a first-generation American. My parents immigrated from Haiti. I'm also a first-generation college graduate. And when it came time to find a college, while my parents were well-educated coming from the Haitian system, they had no idea what it took to get into an American university. They didn't have the ability to help me pay for my education. And so it was up to me. And I embraced that challenge. I found a full scholarship that allowed me to attend Cornell University. I did all the work to apply to get into the school. And literally, the first time I saw Cornell University was when I stepped on campus on moving day. And so I use that as an example of, we're all thrown curveballs. We all have our challenges. And we need to own that journey. It's not up to our parents. It's not up to some trusted advisor. You need to take ownership and to make it happen. And certainly, that's a principle I've tried to follow throughout my entire life.
What do you think, though, is the most difficult aspect in today's environment for today's leaders? Is it just the volatility, or is it just so much change happening at one time? How do you see it?
Look, as a leader, volatility is there in any industry. I mean, I ran Nintendo of America for over 13 years. Every day was different. There were constant changes being thrown at you. My belief is that as a leader, you need to create a culture that takes on these challenges and perseveres in order to drive the business forward. The CEO can't make every decision. They can't, drive every single agenda. You need to create an organization and a culture that's able to push ideas forward, from the more modest initiatives all the way to the biggest ones. I would say that, for me, the biggest challenge is always creating that positive culture that will overcome volatility, that will overcome challenges, that will overcome supply chain challenges like we're seeing today out in the marketplace.
Hey, Reggie, I want to talk about fear because you write about fear in the book. And I think that fear holds a lot of people back. They're worried about failing. They're worried if something doesn't work. And in the end, they don't end up doing that thing because they're just worried about failing. So they don't even try to do it. How did you experience fear? And instead of letting it hold you back, you embraced it to help propel you forward?
For me, one of my biggest fears early in my professional journey was the fear of public speaking. The fear of getting up, whether it's a group of 20 or a group of 20,000, and having to make that presentation or to communicate some series of ideas. I was petrified by it, but I recognized that in order to move forward in my career, it would have to be a skill that I would need not only to have experience in, but I would need to excel at it. So I worked at it. I took on every assignment that allowed me to get in front of groups and to practice my public speaking skills. And it created an opportunity that whether I was playing video games with Jimmy Fallon on national TV or speaking at a conference in front of tens of thousands of people, it gave me the confidence because I knew I had done it before and I had built those skills.
Was there a moment, though,
I talk about in the book how
go ahead.
you need to embrace your fear and to take on those biggest challenges.
But was there a moment, though, where it sort of shifted from you being worried about those things to you embracing them?
There was, and I don't highlight this in the book, but I had a situation where I was giving a presentation in front of probably 10,000 people, and the teleprompter went blank. I mean, literally, it went blank.
We've all been there.
We've been there. It's terrifying.
We've all been there. But fortunately, I knew the material. I had practiced. I had honed my skills. That I just continued on. For the next 4, 5, 6 minutes, however long it took for the prompter to reboot, for the person to catch up to where I was. And it was that moment that convinced me that, I have the skills to deal with, this particular type of situation. And, with that confidence, as they say, the rest was history.
Yeah, that's a great lesson. Gets the heart beating and the adrenaline going as well. Reggie, thank you so much. We really enjoyed this. Reggie Fils-Aimé, he's former president and CEO of Nintendo. His new book is Disrupting the Game from the Bronx to the Top of Nintendo. So really just overcoming obstacles and just doing so many interesting things and really getting to understand brands and marketing.
Not just Nintendo, but he worked at P&G, PepsiCo, Pizza Hut, Guinness Import Company, and VH1 before he got to Nintendo.
Let's just remind everybody how we closed what was a risk-off trade on this Monday. Dow Jones Industrial Average, a decline of 2%, down 653 points. S&P 500, down below 4,000, a decline of 132 points, down 3.2%. NASDAQ, down 4.3%, a decline of 521 points. So stocks down to a 13-month low. That U.S. Treasury curve steepening as well.
We are expecting inflation data this week, so it will be interesting to see how that data changes the picture or reinforces what people out there are thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Really just getting, we'll find out, are we seeing peak inflation, which would be very significant and would say that things are starting to improve, but we shall see what the data points show out and bear out. All right, for Tim Stanovic and the whole Bloomberg Business Week team, have a good evening.